Oh shit, right. Audio. Duh. Man, this camera would be a lot better if the face tracking wasn't complete shit. Barely worked. That'd be nice. Man, I could turn the light on, but I don't want that lighting. Okay, that's fine, actually. Oi, up here. Camera, up here, motherfucker. It just keeps lowering my face. Or... hiring? I don't know. Oi. What the fuck is this camera moving? What happened, camera? What made you move? Alright, so you do work, you just also... This music sounds... interesting. I'm keeping the music on as I let people trickle in. In the meantime, I'm gonna play some... anti-meta dimensions because... I need to progress. This eternity is going so slowly because I'm trying to do a one glyph only run in order to unlock this, which requires our reality without using only one glyph. Which, you know, I already did a reality with no glyphs, but that took 60 days, so I'd rather not do that. And this one's taking a while. My fastest reality was 37 hours, and I've already spent 45 hours in this reality. Kind of. I've actually spent 30 hours, but there's also black hole bullshit happening here. Hello, Borean. This... it's faster, at least. Like, fuck, I can actually do a challenge or two. Probably. I think... yeah, fuck it, let's try this. How far can I go? Actually, wait. Whoa, hold up. This. However, then I do this. And then I try again. Let's make sure. Alright. Nice. That's nice. Okay. Holy fucking shit, this bar. We get within striking distance, but we don't get too far ahead. Actually... there's one more. There we go. And now I can just do this real quick. Yeah, this one. I'm not gonna be active, but like I gotta do it, you know? Because of this fucking more galaxies. It's just straight up better. Let me just spam out some eternities first. There I go, it's a 50. Boom. Nice. And now I just let it accumulate. Alright. You know what time it is. It's time for a bit of monument. Oh boy, this playlist. You know what? Let's just do something real quick. Length of playlist. Uh-huh. Oh, this is nice. Range of videos. I think all of them. Even ask for a ATI key, just in case. So, the total length is 10 hours. Needless to say, I'm not doing the entire 10 hours today. But we are going through the Monument Mythos. So let's just go cinema light. Look at this boar balls over here. Okay, so this is the teaser. I believe the teasers always come after the season is done. Okay. Abus. Now, it's been a very long time since I've seen the Monument Mythos, so I might miss some stuff, but, I remember an overall gist, kinda. I think up to the Nixon verse. I don't remember what comes after Nixon verse. That's a complete blind spot. Okay. Okay, so this one needs some introduction. Corner Folk. As far as I know, wasn't originally part of the series. It was like part of the pre-Monument Mythos. Like, okay, first of all, this channel had a completely different name back when Monument Mythos was being released, and there were a bunch of early videos that were kind of Manticore related, but not Monument Mythos related. This was one of them, I think. This one could have been completely separate at the time, but then one thing that you'll keep seeing in this series is that stuff retroactively sort of becomes a part of the series, which is very interesting. It's always very interesting. Some people might say that that just shows lack of planning, but personally, I don't believe in planning. Like, planning can help, but improvisation is also a powerful tool. And I think this series uses it extremely well. And let me put the series this way. If you love Zero Escape because of how complicated it gets, how disturbing it can get, but also how fucking batshit ludicrous it can get at times, where you're just screaming at the screen going, what the fuck? This is the series for you, which is why I was extremely excited when we landed on this, and I might increase its weight after we're done. Oh yeah, it's peak. It's peak. I haven't seen the whole of it. I've seen a lot of it, but it's peak. Like literally one thing that I always pivot to prove to people that this series is basically like that is the time where America abducts Jesus in order to deploy him as a weapon to turn Vietnam into Bethlehem, which is the Vietnam version of Bethlehem. So crucified Jesus, by the way, crucified Jesus goes there and just fucks shit up. Well, in order to turn Vietnam into Bethlehem. This is a relevant part of the series. This is lore. Like, this goes really far deep. At the start, it's more manageable. Like, there's ridiculous shit, but it's more comprehensible. But just like Zero Escape, as time goes on, it distorts and twists into something truly magical. So yeah. This entire FAPT might be Monument Mythos. I'm just saying it right there. But anyways, Corner Folk. This is a video that it's now a part of the Monument Mythos. I don't believe it always was. Also, just for context, the creator is Eve Kazanas? I believe it's Eve Kazanas. I know it's Kazanas. But they're also trans. So. Yippee! How come do trans people make the best horror? It's almost like we have an intimate understanding of humanity. Anyways. Riley Tillon uploaded 3 videos describing an unseen presence in his home. A 4th video in 2013 raised concerns over his safety and prompted an official investigation. Now, this is gonna be interesting. Also, one other thing. They get lumped into analog horror. They analog barely plays a part into any of this. You're not gonna see supreme analog effects, so just cast that out of your mind. That helps to get into the series with. It's more so just a.
Many dimensions intersect with their own, several of which are 2D planes.
There you go, planes.
When two or more planes intersect, they form corners.
I don't know how much better than the painter it is.
The intersecting planes cannot perceive each other.
It doesn't have fucktoy George Washington in it.
Worlds.
So.
However, the corner folk can pass these boundaries and enter other planes.
There we go. Corner folk
are a trans-dimensional species. They are the only ones who can traverse the corners shaped by planes.
This is relevant, by the way. This is relevant. It turns out it's very relevant.
Coincidentally, I believe that the corners of my own home align with several planes, for I've seen the corner folk in action, crossing the corners from one reality to another.
Okay, bud. I heard the corner folk and immediately got my camera. This is what I recorded. I'm gonna start out by going high because, like, this is the series that deserves it. I read too much House of Leaves. See that? That's corner folk right there. That's when that's corner folk. Me when the corner is folk.
This leap requires massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes. I have yet to discover the source of this energy, and the reason behind the corner folk crossings remains unknown.
So yeah, when the corner folk cross, they cause very light, very big, bright flash.
While I was at work, my cameras captured up to 12 corner folk huddling in the doorway.
They look like spiders.
I used to think that they had to cross dimensions quickly.
Look at this
but the
fucking
new footage has proven otherwise.
Oh, they're just hanging now.
They take a break from traveling and exhibit micro movements similar to dreaming animals.
Yeah.
They must feel safe in these corners, which suggests that the corner...
Well, not necessarily based on I am in your walls, but based on I use your walls as transportation. Because it's the only reason this is happening is because they're aligning with planes or whatever the fuck. What? But actually, yeah, never mind. I'm being pedantic. It's basically, yeah, I'm in your walls. Also, yeah, I like it. I should subscribe. Oh, right, I'm in my fucking alternate account. Hold up. Let me just switch that. Because my VOD account, I was updating a bunch of metadata based on VODs. I'm going to start scheduling them because it's been a while. Like, there's a bunch of VODs from March that I haven't... from April. I think every single April VOD has not been public. So I'm going to make it public. I'm also looking into auto-uploading VODs. Somehow. I'll figure that out, though. I would go the Twitch route, but the Twitch route that I'm dealing with multiple layers of compression on top of each other, which is like... Oh yeah, also, have you heard that GameStop is offering to buy eBay and is the stupidest deal ever? Yeah. Anyways. What?
Massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes. While I was at work, when I'm not around, they take a break from traveling and exhibit micro movements similar to dreaming animals.
Of course. Oh, that's good.
Which suggests that the...
Nothing bad ever happens with an improvising typewriter. Just ask Game of Thrones. Or Stranger Things. Oh no.
Corner folk's own home is made of similar structures.
The thing, like, improvisation is useful, but you need to get it home, and if you improvise, it's gonna be really fucking hard to get it home, because you're just gonna try and guide it there, but what if something you wrote kind of ruins the path home? You know? So it's easy to keep building up, but once you're trying to redeem... Why am I ghost? This is a caveat so that I can show what's behind me, so that if I'm blocking some shit, like numbers or whatever the hell, you could still see it, but you could also see me. It's like subtle, but not that subtle, because everyone keeps calling me a ghost.
I imagine that their corner world is made of many plane intersections, allowing them to move freely without using up any energy.
By the way, I'd like to say that this is all bullshit.
My photographs show that smaller corner folk have odd impressions on their skin, as though they have been pressed against.
This person just takes photos of weird doohickeys crossing corners, and they're like,
belong to a nursery.
Yeah, let me just make some shit up.
A multitude of corners placed in close proximity could be used to secure the infant from leaving the corner world.
Oh.
Perhaps they only cross corners in search of food, the same way we only leave our homes for resources. The corner world may be used to raise young, while my own house's corners serve as rest stops of sorts during their journeys.
Yeah. This is all theoretical, as far as I know, too. Oh, yeah.
I've begun to dream of the corner world. I can't stop thinking about it. According to the calendar, I've spent entire weeks in my home, just drawing and describing the corner world on paper. I lost my job last month due to repeated absences, but it really does feel like I just left the office this afternoon. When the corner folk jump, it feels as though they're taunting me. But I'm close to a solution.
Oh?
Regardless of whether my body survives the forces of the corner world or not, this much is certain. The fear of my own destruction will not prevent my entry.
What if I folded myself up like a tiny little piece of origami and throw myself against the wall and just keep doing that? Like some kind of bootleg version of that one wall thing that I don't want to mention because I'm origami.
The compression of the mic. This is fun. Oh, this is where the cross happens. Okay, so... This is like the most important part to keep in mind, I think. Maybe. I know that this is what's coming is going to be sextremely significant. Yes, sextremely. But yeah, just keep an eye out. Yeah. One thing that always... This video stuck with me, because one thing I always remember is wondering, is that sound like excitement? Fear? Pain? What is it? Anyway, following his last upload, viewers requested a wellness check on Riley Tillin. Local authorities found Tillin asleep in one corner of his room. A closer examination revealed that his internal organs had been folded along various axes, warranting immediate medical attention. What does... Imagine every single part of your body got folded up. During his recovery, Tillin avidly made origami despite claiming to have never been taught how to do so. As of 2020, he remains in the care of his friends. Yeah, so it kind of fucks you up. Yeah. Yeah. Also, for context, for everyone who's just joining, dead name. I think it's Eve Casanas now. You bitch. So, when you see this, just think Eve Casanas. But yeah, I think it gets fixed deep in. Now it's time for the Liberty Lurker. The following audio is an excerpt from an 1889 interview with the designer of the Statue of Liberty. I do also want to say, this was 5 years ago, and you got fuckers voice acting in different languages. This is a good series, man. Urged us to follow Grant's requests. Varying size requirements, huh? Okay. Ask the American. To be fair, that is an interesting question. Why is the pedestal so tall? In 1949, the statue underwent extensive renovations. The official blueprint behind the changes, titled STLI 1.8084, was classified for 36 years. Provide entrance for sustenance. Install engine to assist with eventual departure. Engine. Okay. Why is there an engine in the Statue of Liberty? Axle. To spin. Wheels. Entrance. Stairs. This is one thing I like, the drawing. The blueprint presentation of certain things. Waste storage. During the summer of 1954, thousands of immigrants described the foul odor... Oh, I didn't miss anything, right? You got stairs, you got a drain. I don't know what the fuck is waste storage. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Well, I do. But I'm going to be acting as someone who hasn't reached that point in the canon. Occasionally. This is definitely not going to be confusing. During the summer of 1954, thousands of immigrants described the foul odor... A foul odor. Jesus Christ. A foul odor while passing through Ellis Island. Huh. A foul old... I swear to God.
Ellie Island era orribile. L'intero posto puzzava di
Oh.
come un mattatoio.
Flesh.
C'erano
Huh?
anche uccelli morti ovunque. E mia sorella
And
ne
dead
trovò
birds
persino
everywhere.
uno in gabinetto.
Uh-huh.
Se già la costa è così, diceva mio padre, immaginate quanto puzzeranno le città. Ricordo di aver sentito altre famiglie dire quasi scherzosamente che volessero
Half
tornare a
jokingly.
Milano per via dell'odore. La mia famiglia aveva spruzzato profumo e acceso candele per tenere lontano il fetore. Ma
Oh.
funzionava solo per un'ora o giù di lì, finché l'aria diventava di nuovo insopportabile.
That's great.
Le serate erano così calde. Rimasi per lo più sveglia, anche se il resto della mia famiglia dormiva profondamente.
I'm sorry, imagine living in a place where the air stinks of rotting flesh and the evenings are incredibly hot for some reason.
Ricordo che guardavo fuori dalla finestra ogni notte.
Lines of people
e
being
vedevo
led to the
figli di
Liberty statue by
persone che venivano
officials.
condotte alla Statua della Libertà dai funzionari. Se solo fossero saliti sul piedistallo, i funzionari se ne sarebbero andati e non sarebbe successo nient'altro. La mattina seguente però ci sarebbe stato un odore peggiore, come un mattatoio.
Yeah. So, under the Statue of Liberty, the pedestal seems to be used to sacrifice people. To what? For what reason? What the fuck? I guess we'll find out. And yes, Italian. Italian brain rot. Cincialilla Skinkagilla, or whatever the fuck. So is this Ellis Island or Liberty Island? I don't know the difference. I actually don't. Ellis Island. Uh-huh. 12 million immigrants. Oh yeah, okay. About 12 million immigrants arriving at the port of New York and New Jersey were processed there. According to one estimate, 2/5 of Americans may be descended from those immigrants. Jesus Christ. So I think they just kind of lived on Ellis Island. So they experienced all of this. But and then in fact they closed, probably because of the smell making everything unbearable. And people were like, yeah, this is not gonna last long. But yeah, okay, so Ellis Island was just like some fucking Statue of Liberty Island? The fuck? Statue of Liberty National Monument. What? That's the monument? Oh. Oh, this is so fucking weird. What the hell? What the fuck? That's cool. Okay. Anyways. Statue of Liberty. The statue is so free, she's actively trying to escape the United States. Anyways, Bananrillo or whatever. This shit was a Nirvana initiative. It's been so long. First sighting of the Liberty Lurker, August 1985. So this was before it closed. Okay, so the statue fucks off to the side, and there's a little... What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Upon investigation, local authorities likened the waste storage compartment to a mass grave. Oh. If you have family members who were last seen at Ellis Island between the years 1949 and 1954, you may be entitled to compensation. Okay. So for being the first video, it's pretty fucked up. The whole thing is basically, yeah, there was a conspiracy on the government where they processed immigrants on Ellis Island, and the processing, well, it might have included being thrown at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty to be sacrificed, or killed. Something went wrong there. Ellis Island is like the Harbor Island thing where you would actually come in, and Liberty Island is this. Okay. Mesothelioma, asked disclaimer. Mesothelioma. Is it mesothelioma? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard that. Oh, Okay. I was not sure if it was something different, because that shit's worded wrong. I know mesothelioma, but I didn't know of mesothelioma. It does sound like a real thing. Anyways, Rushmore Revenge. Mesopotamia. Man, if you are diagnosed with Mesopotamia, you might be entitled to compensation. Was a gift to Americans from Europe. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, that was interesting. In fact, it's like, I mean, we did see this in the previous video. We saw the French guy who was working on it, who was working on the statue for Americans, and he was talking about if someone told me why is the pedestal so much bigger than the statue, I told them just ask the Americans. So, yeah. Anyways, the National Park Service, on August 7th, 2003, the National Park Service finds the Mount Rushmore National Memorial vandalized. Oh, that's fun. What's it got on it? If the US government can fund mass murder if it's labeled as a national monument. Well, I mean, we did just see that, yeah. Every day, executions occur in 2,600 American landmarks. Oh. The blood of liberty will be avenged. 2,800 execution sites. The souls of Lincoln will be freed. Okay, what? The souls of Lincoln? August 4, 2003. More messages are found on Mount Rushmore. Me when I tie my series together. I will introduce Infection next week, Monday to Sunday, 10:12, 10:13 p.m. Watch the symptoms. And yeah, did you know that America was entirely built by colonial immigrants, owned entirely on colonial land? Did you know the entirety of America is... This is one thing I sometimes say that might be a bit too fucked up. I will clarify that I am a fucking idiot. But the one thing that I've always said was, the reason why America is such a huge ally of Israel is because they're both fake countries that were just built, that were just stolen and built 100 years ago from people who rightfully deserve the land. I mean, prove me wrong. They both enacted huge genocides in order to steal land and then develop it. I don't know why I'm being controversial, but the times are what they are. Anyways, America. I mean, we are talking about a series that's literally about America and the immigrants who built it up. Like, I'm just, well... I guess. I mean, they're sacrificing it to the Statue of Liberty. So I guess they're saying that Lincoln is the Statue of Liberty? I don't know. Embis banned from Twitch. No. Well, no, I haven't said the C word yet, so they haven't banned me. They proved me wrong, easily. Try and argue with a factual statement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Due to security concerns, the National Park Service assigns patrols for the next 7 nights. The patrols are all told to videotape all anomalies from 10:12 to 10:13 p.m. Makes sense. I mean, if it's saying I'm gonna infect the shit out of these statues on 10:12, then yeah. Why wouldn't you check that shit out? What? Did something fucking explode? What the fuck happened? Cracker. They used to ban, I think they still do, people for saying that as like the fucking slur or some shit, I don't know. Okay. Look at it. Okay, what the fuck is that? There's a blinking thing. Yeah. Wednesday. Great. The songs. Oh. So this infection looks like it's, I don't know. I don't know if they look more fucked up or what. Okay, now they very much look more fucked up. The stones are a bit weirdly colored. The fuck is that? Friday. Okay. Oh no, that's just how they look. Okay, maybe? Okay. Okay, there's like a spike. Oh. Oh, god damn it. Thanks for not removing the landscape. Yeah, so they've become a bit spiky. Well, I'd say they're looking pretty sharp. What do I know about Rush Mushrooms? What? Oh yeah, right. Mount Rushmore smells just like baby powder nowadays. I think it comes from the stuff that the workers put on the heads. Yeah, I see them do it all the time. They go from Washington to Lincoln every night, powdering it like a baby. Hannah McElroy, local photographer. Powdering fucking George Washington and Abraham Lincoln like a baby. I do really like the aesthetic of this. It was so incredibly unique when compared to other stuff, which was just, well, violencia in your face. This one's more. I'll zoom in. What about baby oil? I don't. Well, you shouldn't. You know how usually it's like you can't eat too much candy at once. You can't give an American too much oil. They'll go a bit haywire with it. So they go with powder just to be safe. Alcatraz attack. So we're gonna attack Alcatraz. Alcatraz being the prison island thing. Like Azkaban. Or some shit. Alcatraz Island 2 days before therapy. Okay. Okay. Map of Pacific Branch, United States Military Prison. Alcatraz Island. Escabab. Fortifications? Okay, makes sense. Tunnel. Reservoirs. Water tower. Morgue. Stockade yard. Detector shed. Main prison. Okay. Ruins? Okay. Just some ruins, maybe, question mark? Yeah, just, tennis courts? There's tennis on Alcatraz Island? What the fuck was it? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? What is this? What is this weird germ-looking thing? The fuck? Grass? Alcatraz Island 1 day before therapy. Okay. Alcatrazosis. Oh. What? What? Yeah, you got tennis, you got Alcatrazosis. Oh. Oh. Alcatraz Island Radiation Therapy 1. So is this therapy to stop Alcatrazosis? Where the Alcatraz cell splits? Which makes the ship split too? Projected movement. Okay, 1950. 1955. Is this because of the radiation, or...? Okay, so it moves closer, it reaches the mainland. And then it eats the mainland. Oh. 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 1 day after therapy. Okay, looks normal at least. Huh? Ah. Oh. Oh, that's not... Oh, that's not... Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not... As of 2020, the Alcatraz zone extends to West Texas. I mean... Tell me of a series that existed at this time that's as creative as... the fucking island of Alcatraz being a living organism that undergoes mitosis. They give it radiation therapy and it just makes it multiply even more, and it's going to swallow up the continental United States. We trust people with this on the next... Oy. October 2020. It was October 2020. Dean Democracy. I think James Dean was an actor. Kinda like Nixon. A look back at America's 37th president. Now, who was America's 37th president? Oh, Richard Nixon. Huh. Huh. Okay.
During a program of ABC Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings told viewers to look forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would continue to remind viewers of the special
He's the
broadcast over
president.
the next 7 nights, even referring to it at one point as the most unprecedented announcement in recent
The thing he's most famous for is Watergate.
A week after its first mention, Jennings reminded viewers
It was a complicated
of the special
event, but I can get
broadcast
into
one
it.
last time, asking them to pay attention later that night for an exclusive
very
look
interesting,
at
too.
the greatest gift to the American people. Due to the anticipation built over the week, over 60 million Americans tuned into ABC, waiting for the evening news to end and for the special broadcast to begin. There were countless theories as to what would occur, from the announcement of alien life to the declaration of an all-out nuclear war. Speculation was brewing intensely. Once the evening news program ended, a black screen with a 10-second countdown commenced with the title Dean Democracy. Some viewers, so terrified of the threat of nuclear war, reportedly experienced nervous breakdowns and ran down the street, declaring that Dean Democracy was the code name for an all-out nuclear holocaust. Yet once the countdown ended, all fears were soon replaced with tears of joy and an excitement not seen since the end of World War II.
Yeah. I mean, we live in that age.
What are we waiting for? Let's bring them back home.
In the seconds following James Dean's presidential announcement, hundreds of thousands of neighborhoods erupted into celebration. Although other candidates had promised to end the Vietnam War, none had so accurately expressed the same anger that they had felt, which Dean had perfectly conveyed in a 15-second broadcast. Due to popular demand, the ABC Evening News was canceled the next night.
Vietnam War, huh?
Replaced by a 30-minute loop of James Dean's presentation.
Sorry, what?
Conveyed in a 15-second broadcast.
Replaced by what?
Due to popular demand, the ABC Evening News was canceled the next night, replaced by a 30-minute loop of James Dean's presidential announcement. The broadcast...
That's goof. That's... They canceled the news in favor of just rerunning the same fucking video over and over again. What?
This was watched again by over 38 million Americans, and the parties continued for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I feel like this is a sign that, something's off. Because what the fuck do you mean?
Due to repeated assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic Party presidential debates were canceled for the 1968 election season. However, this proved to be no issue for Dean, as polls indicated that he was in the lead for the entirety of 1967 and 1968, despite having had fewer public appearances and rallies than any other candidate.
Oh damn, wait.
The strength of fewer public appearances and rallies than any other candidate.
Okay, so Wallace appeared the most, but was liked the least. Nixon was in the middle, kinda. And Dean just took over everyone without making barely any appearance. Yeah, I mean, something's weird. Something I do? Just really? Is this just watch the same 30-second clip over and over again? Or make a 30-second clip that's so awesome it entrances most of America?
The strength of his campaign relied on the powerful advertisements he directed that would air every Friday evening on ABC.
Oh.
The series of programs would be considered by many as another weekly TV series, and went on to become the highest-rated TV show on television after the conclusion of Star Trek in 1967.
Damn.
Although a presidential debate was eventually scheduled 2 weeks before the election, James Dean instead invited opponent Richard Nixon to a track to race cars on the same night. Although reluctant at first, Nixon eventually agreed and went to spend the entire day with Dean, reportedly even telling the actor, "To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be."
Damn.
This statement, although only a rumor, would spread like wildfire in tabloids and permanently curbed Nixon's chance for victory.
Damn.
On the morning of November 1st, 1968, 4 days before Election Day, anti-Dean groups hijacked radio channels and told civilians they were fed up with James Dean and that television was ruining American youth. After the broadcast, the groups went on to cut hundreds of power lines in the southeast, effectively preventing any of Dean's presidential ads from reaching any household below Tennessee. Dean quickly heard of the incident and, despite the risk of an assassination, flew down to the south and quickly went to work with local electricians to repair the broken power lines.
Bro.
James Dean would be met with a supportive crowd, primarily younger voters who were eager to see a younger face back in the White House. Elderly white conservatives, often the parents of the younger supporters, remained in their houses and occasionally peered through their window blinds to catch a glimpse of the handsome candidate. Although it wasn't known to Dean at the time, hate groups in the South had perpetuated the idea that he was Satan in disguise, and cited his good looks and his love for jazz as being clear signs of the devil.
Okay. Okay, wait. No. This guy looks too good and loves jazz too much. What? Okay, so James Dean with wings.
Dean is no man.
Okay. Produced by the Anti-Dean Association. I mean, what kind of fucking logo is that?
Elderly white conservatives in the Southeast would be the only demographic unfazed by his campaign, yet Dean continued to travel from state to state, repairing power lines for 4 days straight until the very morning of the election.
Uh-huh. I'm no man.
On November 5th, 1968, James Dean received 75% of the popular vote with 395 electoral votes.
Jesus Christ.
Nixon congratulated Dean in a phone call the following morning, but Dean refused to acknowledge the win and instead asked to race cars again at the track.
Aw. Hey, let's drive again, dude.
On January 20th, 1969, James Dean held his inaugural address at the official Capitol Raceway. Although presidents in the past had speeches that were typically around 20 minutes, Dean spoke for less than a minute.
I have a speech, and it has the flotsam that you people expect to hear. But that's not fair. No, that's not fair at all. I'm here for all of you. It's only fair that you speak for yourselves. My words shouldn't be louder than yours. So I brought many other guests to speak. They're just people like you and I. In the same time that many other presidents have spoken by themselves, America will speak. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I see, James Dean.
Dean proceeded to introduce many groups to the microphone, including civil rights activists and Native American families. Martin Luther King Jr. would also come forward to speak in his first appearance since an attempt on his life 9 months prior.
Huh.
President Dean would conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race Richard Nixon at the track. In subsequent presidential inaugurations, those who disagreed with the elected president would instead celebrate Dean Democracy Day and protested by watching Dean's unique take on the address in place of the actual one.
Uh-huh.
In a televised address, President Dean planned to inform Americans of his first 90 days in office. However, 6 seconds into the broadcast, the audio cut out and remained absent for the remainder of the speech.
Damn.
Although anti-Dean groups claimed responsibility and took pride in the sabotage, many civilians claimed that it benefited the president. The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial expressions and lively disposition, as opposed to the stern and stiff personalities of prior administrations. Viewers were proud to see a man in his prime at the most important position in the country. Ironically, President Dean's popularity grew after the technical difficulty, and film director Stanley Kubrick went on to call the broadcast the greatest silent film ever made.
Shut up. Shut up. Like, okay, so this one isn't really horror. It's a good video. I really love how it's presented, but I'm also like, what? Again, it's been a very long time since I've last seen the Monument Mythos. Stanley fucking Kubrick. But this speech, this speech, the technical difficulty muting the audio is the best. I mean, November 2020. That it is. Air Force One Angel. On August 17, 2003, Air Force One made an unannounced trip across the continental United States. Many civilians claim to have seen the aircraft drop packages on various national monuments. So, okay. I don't think so. I'm not sure, actually. I haven't seen the end. I don't have no context for what's currently the latest series. Anyways. So that's over Mount Rushmore. Okay. Oh, the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, that's Ellis Island. Oh. Yeah, there's black circles expanding from the dots. Okay. So this already ties into previous stuff. Oh, what? What's that? Huh? What? What the fuck? White House officials later disclosed that the unusual flight of Air Force One was unauthorized and unmanned. The lone figure seen inside the plane, dubbed the Air Force One Angel, has yet to be identified by federal authorities. Okay. So this just, so Air Force One just happened to drop a bunch of packages at, the places we've seen go tits up before, except for the Golden Gate Bridge, which hasn't been mentioned yet. But a bunch of other places have, and they received packages. Not Alcatraz Island, though, but and it was unmanned, or claimed to be unmanned. Oh yeah, it's concluded. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. October 2020, baby. It's Cocktober. Oh shit, also I've just realized I haven't been reading the... Hold up, real quick. The descriptions. This is just music by Andrew Wilson. Alright. For Liberty Lurker, it is believed that all surviving audio recordings of the infamous 1889 Liberty Lurker interview with Frederick Auguste Bartholdi are fakes produced by American publicists at the turn of the 20th century. Archaic spellings and other minor deviations in the French transcription can be attributed to these publicists. The deviations have been preserved to maintain the transcription's historical integrity. While American publicists correctly capitalized Etat uni in their transcriptions of Liberty Lurker interviews, French writers often left the country in lowercase to subtly hint at their own anti-American sentiments. Includes a newly restored clip from STLI 1. Film damage is no longer visible. Interesting. Then for Rushmore Revenge. Which one? Because I don't know if that's the latest one. I'm pretty sure there were more updates after that video. Perpetrators of the Rushmore Revenge incident remain at large. I think it was the Air Force One Angel, if you ask me. But what about Alcatraz? Any notes on that? The 2003 Alcatraz attack continues to baffle the scientific community. Yeah, I mean, it also baffles me, if I'm honest. So, what the fuck? Dean Democracy. Excerpt from the 2002 documentary Dean Democracy, a look back at America's 37th president. Okay, well, I mean, we knew that. And then Air Force One Angel. Like, it remains a mystery how the Angel bypassed the anti-burglar doors of Air Force One. The door's jagged sides and sophisticated lock mechanisms were designed to ensure that no Slim Jim would be effective. No Slim Jim. Peculiar distortions in the plastic doorway of the main entrance were attributed to the Angel. Peculiar distortions. Nearly all existing photographs and videos of the Angel were taken at stops Air Force One made during its flight. Huh. Air Force One was successfully shut down when it re-entered the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. Huh. Why are your point rewards so esoteric? What is Hair Gun? What is Go Go Go? Well, Go 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 was already redeemed. So you can take a guess, an educated guess as to what that one is. Hair Gun, I think I also revealed what that was a while ago. They're esoteric on purpose. It's funnier. It's funner that way. It's more fun. Is Greylock good? I like Greylock. However, the creator sucks. The creator sucks. Show your hair gun. Alright, well. I'll explain while having the hair gun, I suppose. Anyways. So basically so Greylock, I think it's really interesting because it really does the pulls up the analog really really well. Uh, it does have issues for sure, and I feel like it doesn't really ever be anything. It's used for any. It's getting a bunch of random shit. Oh, I just put closer to the mic. It's really interesting. It was attributing a bunch of random shit. It was just doing a bunch of random shit for scary shit. So, but at the same time, the videos were executed pretty well. Like I don't know. But anyways, the creator is a piece of shit. It's been revealed that followed a lot of right-wing accounts and shit, like a Trumpist and so on. So yeah, and apparently the series has basically died. I think there's a video. Take a clip. Take a clip. Take a clip. I can't. But yeah, the creator sucks. I'll go eat a drink. Also, I think since you've subscribed, I don't know if you're still subscribed though, but if you are, I think you should have rewind. You can rewind, so I think you can take clips easier. I'm not certain. I don't really have a choice, as far as I know, to give everyone rewind. I think Twitch is limiting it to subscribers only. So. Wait, can I do it? Hold on. Can I rewind? Hold up. Hold up. Oh my god, became weak cat. What? 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 What the fuck? That's the... What the fuck? Okay.
Everything is basically, no, railroads are, it's really interesting because it really does the rules of the analog really, really well. Uh, it does have issues for sure, and I feel like it doesn't feel ever be anything. It's good for any. It's getting a bunch of random shit. Let me just put closer to the mic.
Okay.
It's really interesting. It was attributing a bunch of random shit. It was just doing a bunch of random shit.
Enjoy your shower. Shower while you stinky. Bye.
For scary shit. But at the same time, the deals were executed pretty well. Like I don't know.
I love that mouth
anyways,
thing.
The commander is a piece of shit.
Makes it so dry though.
It's been revealed that followed a lot of right-wing accounts and shit, like a Trumpist and so on. So yeah, and apparently the
Okay, I wasn't aware that the audio quality was that ass, but I also didn't know that it was masking all of the wind. That's why it looks like shit. That's why it sounds like shit, because it was trying to extract all of the fucking wind and shit. Alright, that's good. Wait. Air Force One Angel. It was successfully shut down. My recommendations? On here? Asmongold. Why the fuck am I being recommended Asmongold? The fuck? I don't even use Twitch, I'm not gonna lie. I use it for streaming, but that's about it. This is basically friends and cool people I know. At least he's playing Elden Ring instead of doing whatever the fuck he usually does. That sucks. I don't know why Twitch is pushing him. Anyways, Lincoln Looker. Lincoln Looker. Maya Arnoldson.
Looker for 2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
It's terrifying. One moment you're at home answering the door, and the next you're stuck in some kind of suit.
Uh-huh.
The smell was awful in there, and the metal seat was so cold. The only thing you can do is look through 2 little holes. It was some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near, I could see the inside of it. It was a familiar face. Every few nights...
Wait, what? Sorry, hold up.
It was some kind of... The only thing you can do is look through 2 little holes. It was some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near, I could see the inside of it.
Huh.
It was a familiar face. Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup. After 2 weeks, they found out that they had misidentified me, and I wasn't the correct Lincoln Looker. Reagan apologized to me personally, and I was released with some monetary compensation. They don't care if I talk about it or not. No one would take me seriously.
That's...
Lincoln Looking is just too absurd.
Yeah. Lincoln Looking. Alright. Yeah, so... being trapped inside the body of Abraham Lincoln, looking through 2 little holes while they feed you weird soup. Yeah. Look at that guy. Look at that funny guy.
There's always been someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but they've done something that's affected us personally. Often you're the only person who remembers this act. And I've been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a Lincoln looker. After the alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a Lincoln looker for as long as the president sits in office.
Oh, that's fun.
Nobody can question his decision, and there's no trial. You might be surprised, but it's nothing new. It's been a tradition. Lincoln lookers have been around for a very long time.
Cool. Yeah, you might think it's weird, but we've done this all the time. Due to rumors that Lincoln lookers were imprisoned behind presidential portraits, White House officials publicly removed and reinstalled the portraits to demonstrate that no space existed to hold Lincoln lookers. Portrait 1. Wall behind Portrait 1. Okay. Portrait 2. You can see the wall behind Portrait 2. There ain't shit. You're an imbecile. No.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard. I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to the chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble. So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to worry about it, and that they'd take care of it once there were fewer visitors.
Huh.
A few minutes passed, and the scratching became much louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals. The sound started to make visitors anxious.
Huh.
I remember one boy was pulling so hard at his mother's hand, begging to leave.
Huh.
A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps. I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them.
Huh.
It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard.
Huh.
Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us. I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps.
Pretty
The
wise,
head
yeah.
slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
Huh. Howard Melrose recorded the following images. Did I admit? Oh yeah, there is something. There is something very spindly coming out of that. Okay. Lincoln Looker. Lincoln Looker. Lincoln Looker. I don't... It's hard to react to this series sometimes. Because what the fuck am I gonna say? What the fuck am I gonna say? I'm just engrossed by the series, and also... there's a thingy inside the statue of Abraham Lincoln. That's... Lincoln Looker. Like, that's all I can say. That's something. Yes, this is the person that I want to prison inside the Lincoln Memorial for my entire presidency. God. It's good. Washington Wormhole.
Washington Wormhole.
Wait. I forgot. Oh, wait. Archivist's note. None. Great. Okay, great. Glad I went back to check on that. Let's check this one. Footage from the 2003 event may trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. I keep that in mind. Includes a newly restored clip from the Washington Standard operation. Film damage is no longer visible. Huh. The 20th Washington absentee has been identified. Buh. I think that 9/11 somehow did not make it into the series, but I'm not sure. The special tree.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the special tree, which could not be stung. She missed her friends and the hymns they sung, so she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
That broke the man's lung. Okay, so the special tree got pissed because all of the other trees were cut. So the special tree, which could not be cut down, started singing and broke the man's lung. Punctured? I don't... Broke? Just they stopped working? Timeline of events. Yeah. 1840, a weird little thingy. First photograph of the special tree is taken. Yeah, that's a pretty special fucking tree. I don't know how much of a tree it is. 1848. Oh. Construction begins. Oh, they build a tower to hide the special tree. Okay, okay. (1861 to 1865). Construction halts due to the American Civil War. Yeah, that... Prisoners of war are seen being led into the unfinished tower. Oh, sacrificed to the special tree? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good, yeah. 1888. Construction is completed. I do like this thing. Wormhole? 1910. Visit the Washington Monument and listen closely. Hear the music within its walls. It becomes a major tourist attraction. 10 cents per head. Per head? Sorry? Why would they word it like that? Visit the monument. Look at it saying. 1910 to 1971. 20 individuals disappear while visiting the Washington Monument. Oh. Oh. The missing visitors are known as the Washington absentees. I see. A classified film titled Washington Standard Operation is leaked by news agencies. Oh, we're seeing the film. Okay. So there's a person. Monument entrance door. They enter the monument. Yeah, they enter the monument. Hoisting cable. They're hoisted to the top. Oh, and then they get dropped. Sound waves. Oh no, they play sounds. And it seems like the person gets concussed or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. And then the bottom falls to drop the person. Bruh. Oh. Yeah, let me hoist some people up so I can drop them, but only after playing sound waves. Amusement park ride? I think it's pretty lethal. It's too lethal to be an amusement. I don't know how amusing it is. The Washington Monument is vandalized. The infection is nigh. The music of Washington will end. Oh. The music of Washington? What is George Washington singing this shit? What happened in 2003? Oh, it's chipped. And there's a tiny root. Okay. That's probably not good, and the sound probably isn't either. What? 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 Huh? That's a penis. That's a special penis. That's what it is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All 19 Washington absentees were found unconscious at the base of the monument. 20. I guess, and the 20th absentee was found. But it says all 19. Why would it say all 19? Like, the video itself says 20 Washington absentees. So I would say 19. So it's alive? I mean, we already knew it was alive. Kind of. It's not the monument that's alive, it's the tree within it. Oi. And when it bent over like a peanuts to zap everything, everyone reappeared. So that's the lore. Yep. Peanuts, man. Shit's magic. Music. Delaware River Journal.
An accidental discovery made by two fishermen.
Actually, wait, let me close. Archivist's note partially recovered. Oh, okay. Human scalp. Okay.
And sent shockwaves across.
Yeah, I guess they're alive.
Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
I mean, it says found.
This is really in the last batch of catfish when something on the ice caught their eye.
Uh-huh.
It looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman. He also the two who also organized the trip.
A bicorn.
Grassman walked down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, tumbled back in shock at the sight of a human scalp, partially exposed in the ice.
Oh.
Phil walked over and after a brief discussion with Grassman, agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from the ice with no further damage.
Oh?
Although both men had presumed that the individual was already dead for some time, Tim exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid twitch.
What?
Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home and attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock.
Oh, damn,
Grassman
okay.
claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman rested in the living room.
Victory or death!
At 7 a.m. the frozen individual appeared to have relapsed into a deep coma, which prompted Grassman to phone the local authorities. And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital. Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought that the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made. When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. The clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By death, we saw the clothes without ice, and we could have no doubts that we dug out George Washington.
George Washington.
Although Delaware State Hospital has declined to comment on the identity and the condition of the
Just
man,
found George
Grassman
Washington in
brought
the ice.
hat from the previous days of the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirm to be an authentic piece from the 18th century. The validation raised more questions than answers, as further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported missing. Grassman believes that the man he dug out from the ice is the true George Washington, and that the former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River. Grassman claims that the imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort. His condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1797. And asked for an explanation to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle, Grassman replied, either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it. During Saturday's morning press conference, President Dean shared his thoughts on the discovery in 2 words. I'm surprised.
Wow. Nice. Nice. Thanks, James T. I'm surprised. No shit. So am I. I'm. I think they dug out the true George Washington, and the real one died. Actually, I think that's what happened. He died, so they froze him. But he was alive. I'm okay. My face when I go fish, but instead of a fish, I actually fish up George Washington. I can't eat him. George Washington is actually my dad. I can't believe you're Jorge Washington. Wild. I'm surprised. I'll just go fishing. What's the weirdest fish you've ever caught? Oh, George Washington. Okay. The Rockefeller Tree Tragedy. Okay, so this one... Wait. This one is a story of an event, but from two different perspectives by two different people. This one is a recollection of the tragedy by John D. Rockefeller. Also, it's long. Yes, that's right. If you have the attention span of a tiny toddler who only watches TikToks, then this is not the video for you. Anyways, Virginia Wonderland by Virginia is, you know, pretty obviously by a kid. It's by a kid that talks about being in Wonderland. So, this can only go well. Also, tree. The Rockefeller tree, like the special tree.
During the first winter of the center's construction, the workers set up a Christmas tree just outside the entrance. It was an uncanny sight to see a green fir stand in the middle of what appeared to be a no-man's land.
Huh.
But this tree, humbly ordained with strings of cranberries, buttons, and tin cans, greatly affected me. It demonstrated that even in the darkest of times, the American people will light the beacons of hope. I thought it could be the start of a great and inspiring tradition, so I traveled north to Babylon in search of a Christmas tree for the following year.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm John D. Rockefeller and I'm old. It's time for Virginia in Wonderland by Virginia. The Virginia. I'm old.
For 12 days and 12 nights, Mr. Rockefeller looked for the best tree in the forest. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too short. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too tall. How about this one, Mr. Rockefeller? No, it's much too average.
Bro, what the fuck kind of tree do you want? Rockefeller, it's too long, it's too short, it's too fucking average.
Night, just
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Rockefeller heard the sweetest tune in the air.
The sweetest tune?
As though the very wind itself had fallen in love.
Wow.
He and his men followed the song and found themselves at the base of a very, very special tree.
The tree that sings,
How about
baby.
this one, Mr. Rockefeller? It's perfect. For the rest of the night, the men swung their axes at the special tree. Chop, chop, chop. However, when the sun rose,
I like the
the tree
mustaches.
was still standing. The axes had left no marks at all.
Invulnerable.
Mr. Rockefeller was surprised.
You cannot fight the tree.
The next day, Mr. Rockefeller and his men laid 100 sticks of dynamite around
Yeah, that's
the tree.
wise.
3,
That's wise.
2,
How much do you want this
1,
tree?
Boom! Yet,
Jesus
the
Christ.
tree continued to stand.
Just pick a different
Mr.
tree, my guy.
Rockefeller was surprised. So Mr. Rockefeller decided to hire the best team of grave diggers to take the tree out of the ground. After
I mean, it is
digging,
Rockefeller, so...
They told Mr. Rockefeller the tree will be out in 3 years at this rate. Mr. Rockefeller was surprised, but he decided to let the grave diggers work.
So they
He
just
will pick
dig the tree
3
out.
best trees for the next 3 Christmases. But by the 4th year, the
Okay.
special tree was ready to display.
Rockefeller, what? So I'm guessing that didn't go well, considering it's being called a tragedy. Just a
For
hunch.
the last 2 years, I have
Look at that
seldom
old
mentioned
bastard.
the tragedy that occurred at the center. Many have taken offense at my silence, claiming it to be the result of a desensitization to workplace accidents. Indeed, I have seen enough accidents in 3 lifetimes, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened at the center. For some time now, my friends have blamed the center's original construction workers for the tragedy, since it was their very own Christmas tree that had started the whole tradition. But the truth is that their tree brought joy and wonder to the public. It was my tree, and my tree alone, that brought about the unprecedented loss.
Actually owning up to it. Interesting. Would the real John D. Rockefeller do that? Parallel John D. Rockefeller from the alternate universe of where James Dean was president or something?
On a cold December morning in Midtown Manhattan, Rockefeller's men slowly raised the special tree. Heave ho! Heave ho!
Heave ho! Heave
By the
ho!
afternoon, the special tree stood tall and still. It was unlike any other tree, having no color, branches, or leaves.
Yeah, such a good tree.
The mayor of New York, Mr. Guardia, thought that the tree was too bare and asked for branches to be added so that ornaments could be hung. Mr. Rockefeller didn't agree. He thought the tree was perfect, just the way it was. But since Mayor Guardia had been one of his best friends, Mr. Rockefeller told his men to glue some branches on. I, Virginia, watched as the men placed branches on the special tree.
Oh, look at Virginia.
I, Virginia,
Oh, look at Virginia.
watched as the men placed branches on the special tree. I had saved my money for over 9 months to purchase a little star ornament because I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the Rockefeller Christmas tree.
Yeah.
It laid in my pocket while I watched because I planned to hang my ornament as soon as the tree was standing. After the final branch had been added and all the men left, I quickly ran up to the tree. But to my astonishment, the lowest branch of the tree was over twice my height.
Damn.
I jumped as high as I could, but still, the lowest branch was out of my reach. I was very disappointed. I wanted to be the very first person to decorate the tree, but now I had no chance.
Damn.
Unless I called my friends. I began counting my friends on my fingers. There was Helen, Charles, Elizabeth, Alice, Joseph, Elsie, Orville, Edith, Olive, and Philip. 10 friends that I could ask for help. Then I realized that 10 friends standing on each other's shoulders could put me at the very top of the Christmas tree.
Bro.
My star could be the first and the tallest.
Bro.
Without a second to spare, I ran from
No.
door to door asking for help.
No.
Knock, knock, knock. Helen, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Charles, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Elizabeth, are you there?
And the parents also,
Eventually, I
yeah.
gathered all 10 of my friends at the bottom of the Rockefeller Christmas tree. I told them my plan, to have them all stand on each other and form a ladder for me to climb to the top. My friends understood my excitement, and they quickly started to climb onto each other's shoulders. Ow! Helen had stepped on Charles' fingers. Ow! Charles had stepped on Elizabeth's fingers. Ow! Elizabeth had stepped on Alice's fingers.
I mean, that's how climbing works.
After many groans and tumbles, my friends formed a further ladder.
What the
I
fuck?
began to climb.
What the
My
fuck?
joy grew with every passing face. Before I knew it, I was at the very top, looking down at the tree.
No.
My ladder of friends swayed back and forth, and occasionally felt like it was about to collapse. But I tuned out the movement and focused on the tree. Closer, friends, closer.
And how are you gonna get down?
At the top of the tree. It was perfect. Hooray! Victory! I'm the first. Just then, there was a strange sound. The tree began to shake. Big glued branches fell off all at once, and the entire tree slowly bent backwards. Soon, the very top of it touched the ground, forming a perfect arc. It was like a very strange rainbow.
Very
My
strange,
heart sank
colorless
as I saw
rainbow.
my star gently slide to the ground.
Damn, the tree really didn't like the fucking star, did it?
Bolts of lightning then shot out from inside the bark of the tree, producing thunderous booms.
Yeah, remember the last time we heard that? Remember last time we heard that with Washington Wormhole? Which also had the special tree mention, of course.
The lightning scared my friends and me. We all tumbled to the ground and ran in all directions, but the lightning caught up to us.
Oh no.
I was blinded by a great white light. I remember when my eyes adjusted, I was in a field of special trees, and I saw...
Redacted. Hold up. And I saw so many people. One man ran up to me and whispered, "The trees are not trees."
I saw...
Yeah, gee, I wonder why it was redacted.
In a flash, I returned to the street where my friends and I had been struck by the lightning. We were all on the ground, being attended to by other people. I had scratched my legs badly, and I could see that my friends were also hurt. I looked up at the Rockefeller buildings, and I thought that they looked a little different. The whole street looked a little different, and the special tree was nowhere in sight.
It is only natural for the reader at this point to wonder why the incident has been referred to as a tragedy. There had been no loss of life, and, aside from a few temporary scorch marks on the center, no
keep that in mind.
damage to the surrounding property. I, too, assumed it was a mostly inconsequential event, likely an electrical accident whose effects were exaggerated by the children at the scene.
Okay.
I was grateful that every life involved had been spared. A death at the center would have weighed heavily on my mind for some time. But when I encountered the results of the children's medical examinations, I wished that a death had occurred in place of the unfathomable.
Okay, that's... I wish they actually died instead of whatever the fuck just happened. Oh, that's good. That's a good sentiment.
My grandpa visited me at the hospital, but they looked completely different. Ma looked worried. After she wiped her tears, she asked, "Did you hang your bear at the Rockefeller tree?"
Your bear?
I answered, "It wasn't a bear. I was going to hang a star." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" Pa asked, "Where did you get these clothes?" I answered, "These are my clothes, the ones you helped me put on this morning." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My ma then asked, "Why are there dots all over your face?" I answered, "Those are my freckles. I've had them since I was little." To which they asked, "What do you mean?" My parents quietly left my bed and talked to my friend's parents.
Yeah.
Then they all started to cry,
Yeah.
yell. The nurses made them leave, which made me feel better. None of us thought that our real parents had visited, but they all did feel familiar. Orville and Philip were especially shaken. They didn't even share the same last name with their parents.
Ooh.
The nurses tried to convince us that those who had visited us were our parents.
I mean, of course they
and
would.
that we would come around to properly
But,
treat them after we healed. But it was hard to believe.
Yeah.
Whenever I looked out the window, I saw that Manhattan looked different from memory. Mr. Rockefeller himself was kind enough to visit us in the hospital. He asked us whether we were okay, and then after some time, he and the nurses began to ask us some very easy questions about American history. With every reply, they would chuckle and shake their heads, until I told Mr. Rockefeller who I thought he was. He chuckled at first, and then became silent, as if the simple fact had deeply affected him.
The morphogenetic
He
tree.
had asked all my friends a few more questions about himself, and with each answer, he seemed a little more scared. Mr. Rockefeller quietly stood with the nurses for a while, before he wished us a Merry Christmas and left. That evening, the nurses took x-rays of us to make sure we hadn't broken our ribs.
Huh.
Usually, those taking the x-rays are more than happy to show their patients what the pictures looked like. But when I asked to see them, the nurses ignored me.
Huh.
I didn't fall asleep that night. I kept my ear close to the wall to hear what the nurses were saying next door. I heard one sentence over and over. Everything's backwards.
Everything's backwards.
I never told my friends.
Everything's folded, huh?
But I spent the rest of the night with
Yeah.
my hand to my chest, wondering if my heart was ever on the right side.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's 2 points of view. Different perspectives.
For several weeks, the children were kept under observation at the Columbia Presbyterian
It's really cool. It's so
Hospital.
well done. It's so well
I visited
done.
them as soon as I had the chance to. All the families of these children were deeply unsettled, but they had all independently come to the conclusion their child had been replaced by a doppelganger. They claimed that
My
these
child is
sons and
fake!
daughters
My
had
child isn't
substantial
real!
differences from
My
their
child is
real
backwards,
children.
what the fuck?
The majority of differences involved altered physical attributes and the inability to recognize familiar locations and characters, such as their parents and their homes. 2 boys even claimed to have names different to those that their mothers had given them at birth.
Yeah, we heard of them.
But of all the discrepancies, the most bizarre was their faulty recollections of notable persons and events. For instance, each of the affected children claimed that I had become the wealthiest man in America through an oil monopoly. It is common knowledge that I did indeed work at an oil refinery in my youth, but to entirely deny my 2 terms as president and insist instead that I have always been a mere philanthropist,
Which is our universe.
struck me as being particularly
He was just the
odd.
wealthiest man, but...
The families were agonized by the children's behavior. Some continue to search for their real children. I support their endeavors.
Oh, you do?
But I do not believe that the children's afflictions were the results of hysteria.
When yeah, their skeletons are backwards.
Every day, I find myself recollecting the day that I had selected the tree. I have since realized the difficulties involved in the removal of it should have repeatedly discouraged me.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
But
maybe.
had I been discouraged, the families of those children would not be experiencing the anguish.
So
that
here
they
he wasn't the
currently
richest
have.
man in America. He was just
Perhaps
worked at
I
an oil
never
refinery
had the
once.
Opportunity to select another tree. Perhaps I was meant to select that tree regardless of my persistent character. Perhaps we are all trolleys, forced to follow the path of the track to each of our destinations. I take solace in
Yeah, I
that
don't...
thought.
of course he would want to blame himself,
Or
but yeah,
perhaps
coping.
the
Cope
tree
maxing.
chose me.
Rockefeller is cope maxing right now. Many, including my father, believe that the 1934 Christmas tree vanished. This is untrue. I have seen it wandering in the plaza on many occasions, and it resembles a man far more than any tree. John D. Rockefeller Jr. I'm actually epic maxing. I'm Embus maxing right now, actually. Emballs maxing. Huh? What's up? Oh, that's the thing? I don't fucking know. I don't remember what the trees... Sorry, what? It flashed and the... Yeah, it flashed and then that happened. Trees aren't trees, that's for sure though. Trees ain't trees. What are they? I don't even remember if I'm honest. Although primarily written by Virginia herself, the final draft of Virginia in Wonderland does contain words and phrases provided by her legal guardian for clarification. Oh, okay. Okay. Construction of the Rockefeller Center began in early 1930 when pre-existing buildings in the area were demolished to provide space. The center's original Christmas tree, raised by its own construction workers, was first seen by J.D. Rockefeller toward the end of this period of demolitions. Inspired, Rockefeller handpicked three trees for the next 3 Christmases, 31, 32, 33. The special tree would make its first appearance at the center of the 4th year, 1934. Aliana Gallagher. Okay. So yeah, it's a bit of a mood shift. Canyon Crown. What's this? 2 cameras were used during the Arnoldson's trip. Arnoldson. You know, Arnoldson from the Lincoln Looker episode, where Maya was a Lincoln Looker for 2 weeks. Yeah. Me and my brother in deep in thought. He's gonna fly. Damn. The next photo is just him falling down the cliff. Boring. Boring, you're asking me as if I know. Like, even if I knew, I wouldn't spoil it, but I also don't remember what the point of the Lincoln Looker was, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure it gets elaborated on, but right now... Anyway. Then I saw something really weird. Uh-huh. What did you see? Oh, it's YouTube stabilized. I don't know if it still has this feature, by the way. But I remember the YouTube stabilization, which was very interesting and also ruined some videos. But was also useful, so... It made the whole place smell like vinegar. Okay. As in case yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I responded the way I do for comedic effect. I'm not making fun of you. It's funny to just be like, you think I do? Okay, what the fuck was I supposed to be looking at? I'm hearing a weird sound, but I don't... What? Okay. Rock on! Then I saw it again. The vinegar smell, or... The vinegar smeller. The smelly vinegar. I know what this one is, but... You know. Oh, that's the wall. Okay. Wait. Yeah, that's the wall. Wait. No. Something is coming out. Yeah, that... What the... What? What? Oh. Okay. So... This is a canyon crown? Okay, okay. Caution, sheer cliff, control your children and pets. Oh no, we're gonna die. Okay, yeah, just, oh, so chill. Mr. Squirrel! Yeah. Mr. Squirrel! Fucking love Mr. Squirrel. Now I'm pumped. We did a little research and found out what we saw. It's called a canyon glan, or a canyon crown. It uses vinegar to shrink its huge head back into its body. My dad said the reason we went on this trip was so he could find his sister Maya. The one who was a Lincoln looker? I think that was Maya. Lauren Arnoldson. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. Dropping that fucking... I think that was Maya. Like, okay, so she went from being the Lincoln looker to being a giant head. A canyon crown. And then immediately cutting to people without their head. Okay, well, rest in peace, Maya, I guess. Maya dead. Maya became, well, not dead. Maya became a big head. It smells of vinegar because it needs to shrink back down or something. Let's end season 1. Part 1, Sculptor. Excerpts from a series of exchanges from 1858. Mamma mia. Liberty must stand on the Capitol dome. Yes, I will find an artist to bring the statue to life. Why are they inverse? Would you provide the design for the statue? Most certainly. Freedom 1, Freedom 2, Freedom 3. Okay. So I can see them. Interesting. The second two have a higher pedestal thing. Freedom 3 will do, but change her cap. What's her cap? I will remove the cap and begin to cast. Are getting Mark Heathcliff. When 6 Bazinga and Analog Stretchy Man Mandela. Freedom is difficult to cast. Apologies for delays. Is Freedom on her way? Okay, and then no response. Thomas Crawford just stops responding, I suppose. She's difficult to cast, sorry. And then a detective. The fucking Okay. Alfonso Savino. Inspector Zaffino speaking. Mr. Crawford passed away. Monarcha will receive freedom. Expect arrival in a month. Okay, so he died. Great. Totally not ominous. Yeah, Thomas Crawford is just dead. He just died while making the statue, it's fine. Part 2, Daughter. Text and illustrations by Nina Crawford. Read by an Italian student in Gibraltar. What? Okay. Wait, what? So this is the daughter of the sculptor who died while making the statue. Read by an Italian student in Gibraltar. That's... Okay. That's a mix of stuff.
5 aprile. Gli schizzi di Papino della Libertà sono stupendi. Lei assomiglia alla mamma se fosse una regina. Ho chiesto a Papino se potesse fare una statua che mi somigliasse. Ha detto sì. 10 aprile. Oggi Papino è andato al suo studio. Gli ho chiesto se avesse iniziato a lavorare alla mia statua ed ha continuato a sorridere. Io credo di sì. Papino è molto gentile.
Oh, that's cute.
13 aprile. Non abbiamo avuto notizie di papà per un po' di giorni. È già successo in passato, dopo che è stato lavorare al suo studio per tanto tempo. Ma la mamma oggi era molto preoccupata. È andata nel suo studio dopo avermi messo a letto. 15 aprile. Mamma è tornata a casa stanotte e è andata dritta verso la sua stanza. 16 aprile. Oggi è venuto l'ispettore. Ci ha chiesto di Papino e poi è andato nella stanza della mamma. Un paio di momenti dopo sono arrivati più uomini. Mamma stava piangendo. Continuava a gridare: lei ha i suoi occhi, lei ha i suoi occhi. Ero spaventata. Sono scappata via dalla casa.
Okay, so... She asked her dad, "Are you working on the statue for me?" And he just smiled. And then he didn't come home until later on. So her mom goes to look, comes back, is clearly severely distressed at the situation, evidently. And the next day, Inspector Zaffino comes along, alongside a lot of other men. And what she keeps repeatedly screaming is, "She has his eyes, she has his eyes." So, there's two she's. It could either be the kid, which makes no sense, because of course she, like you'd know how eyes work. Like, this is that wouldn't make sense as a reaction. And the only other she has to be Freedom, the Statue of Freedom. So the Statue of Freedom has Thomas Crawford's eyes. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah.
18 aprile. Ricordo Papino dire alla mamma come la statua sarebbe stata messa in una nave chiamata Monarch.
So she ran to Monarca, the ship that was set to go.
Accanto alla nave c'erano alcune scatole. Parti della libertà.
Parts of freedom were in each of the boxes. I crawled into the box that was empty. I hope to be sent to where Papa is. I feel his spirit around freedom. I feel his spirit around freedom. Okay, so not only does it have his eyes, it has his spirit. Ok.
Erano in ciascuna di esse. Mi sono intrufolata in una scatola che era vuota. Spero che venga mandato dove sta Papino. Sento il suo spirito vicino alla libertà. 21 aprile. Sono molto affamata. Le scatole sono legate con una corda.
Oh
quindi
shit.
non posso uscire da sola.
Yeah, didn't really think about this plan, did you? The boxes are tied with ropes. I can get up by myself. There's a loud noise in the room like clay.
C'è un forte rumore nella stanza, come dell'argilla trascinata
Like
verso
clay
il
being
mento.
dragged across the
Posso
floor.
sentire le corde che vengono tagliate e qualcosa di grosso uscire da una scatola. E Papino? Ci sono molti altri suoni, come legno che si rompe. Dato che le corde sono rotte, sono uscite in fretta dalla scatola
Oh,
ed ho
ok.
trovato del pane e della frutta nella stanza accanto. Mi sono sbagliata. Non è Papino, ma ha i suoi occhi. 24 aprile.
It isn't him, but it has his eyes. Okay. So the statue isn't him. It just has his eyes. So what the fuck is the implication there? Yeah, just, if you see a statue that has weird looking eyes, yeah, probably avoid it. I think for survival. it's best to avoid it.
Ho paura di entrare di nuovo nella scatola. Ieri ha fatto suoni più
Oh, damn.
rumorosi. Mentre cercavo per del cibo, credo che mamma mi abbia vista. La scatola è l'unico posto per nascondersi. Le corde continuano ad essere rotte da quella cosa con gli occhi di papino. Ho paura che quella cosa o quell'uomo possano aprire la mia scatola. Non scriverò più molto,
Okay.
perché ho paura di fare rumore.
So she just left Italy to enter America with her...
29 aprile, la cosa con gli occhi di
The
papà
thing with
oggi
Papa's
mi
eyes.
Mi ha tenuta mentre correva attraverso la giungla. La sua spada ha tagliato centinaia di alberi.
Can I just point out that sentence? The thing with Papa's eyes took me today. Like, I'm sorry. What? What the... What? Imagine that out of... Even in the context, it's fucked, but imagine out of context, like...
Non ho potuto vedere molto nel buio, ma ho potuto vedere gli occhi di papà fissarmi da quelle parti.
From those metal eyelids.
Siamo scesi giù per un buco e in una grotta profonda. Dopo avermi messo a terra, ha acceso un fuoco colpendo
By
le sue
hitting
braccia
its
contro
arms
quelle
against
pietre.
rocks.
Ormai è da ore che affila la sua spada con le rocce, ma non ho mai guardato la lama. Oggi, sin da quando ho iniziato a scrivere...
Wait. It has been sharpening its sword on the rocks for hours now, but it has not ever looked down at its blade.
Ma non ho mai guardato la lama. Oggi, sin da quando ho iniziato a scrivere, la cosa con gli occhi di papino ha fissato me.
Uh-huh. Since I have started writing today. Has just been looking at you, huh? Okay. Yeah? And now we've got notes by the captain. The ship captain. You can see why I fucking love this series, man. There's so many details and things that are happening, and it's always interesting, and the presentation is fucking great. I love it. I'll eat it up every time.
19 aprile. 6 casse sono state caricate all'alba.
6 crates were loaded at dawn. They are heavy, each containing a part of a large sculpture, and Inspector Zafina told me that it is... Oh, Inspector Zafina told me that it is the goddess of freedom. Each crate was fastened with ropes in the storage room.
Sono pesanti. Ciascuna di esse contiene una parte di una grossa scultura. 29 aprile. Pesanti. Ciascuna di esse contiene una parte di una grossa scultura.
No sliding is possible. We left Livorno at noon, and then it cuts... what?
29 aprile. Siamo atterrati a Gibraltar.
We landed in Gibraltar at dawn. The ship took hours to steer into port. There were many, many holes in the storage room. Each one allowed enormous amounts of water to enter. Huh. Without the tar, we would have sunk. Okay, so the statue was trying to sink the ship, I guess?
La nave ci ha messo ore per approdare nel porto. C'erano molti
Or was that accidental?
Molti buchi neri postiglia. Ciascuno di essi ha permesso ad enormi quantità d'acqua di entrare. Senza il catrame saremmo affondati in 3 giorni.
Just in case, by the way, because it might be an editing issue or some shit.
19 aprile. 6 casse sono state caricate all'alba. Sono
Foreign.
Ciascuno di esse contiene una parte di una grossa scultura. 29 aprile.
Yeah, thanks for the subtitles. Foreign. Okay, yeah, I'm not saying... actually, archivist's note. To minimize geographical disorientation, the Monarchas route was simulated with a contemporary map from our timeline. The modern-day borders of European countries are widely known. In regards to Freedom's metal eyelids, as mentioned in Nina Crawford's journal, it is believed that the child was unfamiliar with the term plaster, and instead named the most durable metal she knew of, metal. Oh. So it wasn't metal. Okay. Huh.
Erano molti buchi neri postigli in 3 giorni. Abbiamo aperto le casse per gli ufficiali della dogana. Le casse erano vuote.
We opened the crates for customs officers. The crates were empty. So that would be when the statue left. Great. So they... Okay. Okay. Part 4, Commissioner, written and read by Commissioner H. Morgan.
On the morning of April 29th, we received numerous reports regarding a tremendous force that rushed up the rock, which tore down hundreds of trees and created several landslides throughout the previous night.
Jesus Christ.
One civilian likened the phenomena to the work of a gigantic crazed fella. Due to the sheer number of reports and the high level of concern in the surrounding community, I deployed myself along with 13 officers to the rock in search of an explanation. We discovered that there was indeed a newly forged trail through the dense foliage stretching almost the entire height of the rock. The trail was astonishingly linear, with no bends in the path. The cuts to the trees themselves were precise. The downed trees continued to be warm to the touch, presumably due to the extreme speed of this force.
Jesus Christ.
Fires present along the trail were extinguished by fellow officers as we traversed the rock.
So the statue cut the trees with such force that some of them actually just burst into flames. Okay.
At a large crevice in the ground, which looked to be an entrance to a large underground cavern. After requesting additional men and equipment, Officer Hadley descended into the crevice. It was not long until Hadley exclaimed in fright and urged us all to enter.
A boulder. A boulder fell in and exploded. A boulder.
And urged us all to enter. Within the following hour, the majority of us were in the cabin, which appeared to be an undiscovered offshoot of St. Michael's Cave.
St.
In the
Michael's
middle of the location stood a plaster model of a tall Greco-Roman statue of a woman. Surrounding this sculpture were the splayed remains of an individual, flattened like a set of clothes.
Sorry, the splayed remains of an individual flattened like a set of clothes. Just real quick. Splayed? Spread outward. This... Oh. Oh.
A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue, the sight of which compelled a few of the officers to exit the cabin.
A hollowed-out torso was stretched a quarter of the way up the statue. Yeah, I can see why they'd want to exit the cavern. Yeah, I can see that.
The human remains were collected and sent to the morgue, while the sculpture was cleaned and lifted out. The statue's blade, held in its right hand, matched the cuts present on the downed trees.
Huh.
Despite the fantastical implications of this detail, the Gibraltar police force officially concludes that the work of the crazed fella was nothing more than the result of heavy winds. During...
Motherfucker. There was a weird fuck-off statue found at that was in parts, that was found in a cave at Gibraltar Hole, with the splayed remains of an individual and a hollowed-out torso stretching a quarter up its body. And you're like, nah, it's not the statue. Even though it matches perfectly, nah. Nah. Yeah, it was just heavy winds. Don't panic, y'all. Don't panic. Yeah, the winds flattened the body. The winds placed the hollowed-out torso into the fucking statue.
A secondary investigation, a journal was discovered in the cabin. A translation of its Italian text is in progress.
It's Virginia's notes. Okay. Yeah, so that's Virginia. Okay. Yep. I mean, of course, it had to be Virginia, but still. Part 5 Craftsman, Freedom, written by Philip Reed. Philip Reedus. And the pesky fetus.
Arrives the tight-knit wooden ship. The plaster body is absent. Instead, a tall, wounded woman, sleeping in its vessel, donning a helmet wrapped in a robe, clutching a sword and a damaged shield. Overheard a conversation with the captain, a violent conflict with Freedom at the port in Gibraltar. They tell me inside her is the plaster, and I walk away, silently believing Freedom craved liberation so terribly she tried to take it for herself. But off the ship, she was dragged away. Freedom locked up. Freedom in chains. They tell me I have to take it out of her. So hook, rope, peel, and pull. When it was done, Freedom stood motionless. Freedom stood still. I see the final bronze woman, and I feel as if, maybe even hope, she's only dormant now and will awaken again.
Damn. Part 6, Sculpture. Anti-Dean Association storms U.S. Capitol. Millions look on in horror during attack on democracy. Oh. The Statue of Freedom is shot down by ADA gunfire. Anti-Dean Association gunfire, okay. Oh. Oh shit. Damn. That it did fall. That's Trump's. Oh, So. You know what? Let's just play this. I'll explain later. So, the first time I saw that, I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? I didn't understand what I was looking at. I'll be honest. I wasn't sure. So let's see it again, but this time with commentary. So, here you can see it's freedom. You can see it's freedom. The Statue of Freedom. You can see it. It's got this hat. And then it... At some point... It... Like, you could see it right there. And then it goes up. Screaming happens. That was like the sound of the statue moving. But now listen to the sound that's coming next. Now, notice there's something fucking weird in the top left that wasn't there. Stretching sound, yeah. And well, look at who's looking at us. Look at who's looking at us right now. Oh, that looks like a weird, fucked up human face. In other words, Freedom killed someone and stretched their body over herself. Fuck. Oh my god. Yes, it's trying to steal the skin of others because it wants to. It wants to cover itself with, like, skin. That's why the kid died. Oy. It's like the inverse of FNAF. In FNAF, you grab the dead bodies of kids and put them in animatronics. In this one, you wear the kid. Oh. 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 That's what the poem meant by, like, taking it out of her or something. So then when it was shut down and was essentially freed, she went to find someone else to steal the skin of. And the Freedom Files. I don't know what the fuck. We're gonna find out more about this, but yeah. So that was season 1. Now it's time for season 2 trailer, and you might notice. Well, I am kind of blocking it, but you might notice. Actually, wait, no, wait, hold up. Again, just so I can avoid having to move my webcam. The recommendations: Corner Baby, Corner Girl. Oh, so corner folk are coming right now. Okay. Let's see. Anyways, the teaser for season 2. You, but upside down. You're tired? Then, the monument. The tree. Oh, the tree arch! Fuck, you're right. I didn't even think of that. Oh, fuck, yeah. That's the. Oh my fucking god. Oh my. Get. Oh. Oi. Yeah. It doesn't really show anything that's gonna happen in season 2, and that's probably for the best because, oh boy, season 2 goes wacky. But, like, not in a bad. I hope that didn't come off as, like, a bad way. I mean, it's probably for the best because the less you know, the better. Anyways, Corner Baby. We're also a fifth of the way through the playlist. Corner Baby, the Monument Mythos. We arrived on set at 12 p.m. on September 21st, 2021. Oh. The set was inside a former nursery. Many of its windows are broken. While we were painting, someone parked their car at the entrance. Flynn noticed someone in the car. I was grooving. No.
Do it again. Okay, I don't believe you. I don't believe you for a second. What? What is it? No. You know what it is. Why? What is it? Do you want to come through here?
The fuck?
Is there someone outside?
No, so I might be seeing things, but I'm not sure exactly what's going on in this car.
What? Where am I looking at?
Next to the rearview window. Rearview mirror.
The rearview mirror. What? I called the police immediately. What? Well, how will all this connect? Really well, actually. Really well. Like, I can tell you right now, the story is coherent. It might be fucking nuts and bonkers, but it's also coherent. I vouch for the story, okay? So... this one took me a while, the first time I saw it, to figure out what the fuck was going on. But, look at the title. Corner Baby. Now look at that mirror, behind the mirror, in that little corner. Huh. I think that's a baby. I think that's a fucking baby. I called the police immediately. Yeah. They said it wasn't the first time they broke the windows there to recover children. It's a baby, that's kind of obvious. Well, fucking, okay. To me, it wasn't, so I'm gonna point it out. Because to me, it took a while. I was, like, trying to figure out what the fuck I was looking at. But this is me. Maybe I'm just... quacku. I don't know what that means. Okay, then they're gonna bulldoze the baby or some shit. The nursing unit doesn't exist anymore. Oh. Cool. Baby in the corner of a window, probably folded and really fucking dead. Dead baby. Dead baby. September 2021. The baby is no. And now Corner Girl. This is the same version, but for girls.
Now let's learn about the
I am not Alex Kansas.
sides and corners of different shapes.
I just move luggage.
A side or an edge is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillin on me.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides are.
She was luggage.
Let's look at this triangle.
You are luggage too.
It has three
Luggage is
sides.
so easy to lose.
1, 2, 3. It also has 3 corners. 1,
Sincerely, Alex's inspiration. Okay. So... President Dean, that's neat. What was that?
Now let's learn.
So, we're gonna go step by step. The person who made this video is not Alex Kansas. Just to differentiate, Cassiness is the surname of the real-life creator. If I remember correctly. Kansas is the in-universe name.
About the sides and corners of different shapes.
I just move luggage. So, this person just moves luggage. They're not Alex Kansas, the one who made the Corner Folk video. the one who made the video, but not the actual person, Riley Tillin, that was folded up. So, this person moves luggage, and is it Alex?
A side or an edge is a line segment that joins two adjacent corners of a shape.
Alex based Riley Tillin on me. So, number 3. In Corner Folk, Riley Tillin isn't the actual name of the person. They're actually just an entity that's based off of this person that's recording right now.
A corner or vertex is the point where the two sides are.
She was luggage.
Let's look at this triangle.
You are luggage too.
It has
Luggage is so easy to lose.
1, 2, 3.
Now luggage. What do you do with luggage normally? You fill it up with stuff in order to take it somewhere, like on a plane. So she was luggage. We are luggage too. And luggage is so easy to lose. In this case, the flight is jumping through corners, which is what the original person wanted to do. So, in other words, they're jumping through corners, bringing people with them, and losing them as a result.
It also has 3 corners.
And so the camera moves to the corner.
1.
Sincerely, Alex's inspiration.
2.
Because they inspired Corner Folk.
3.
And they go back into the corner world. Keep this in mind. Before you can finish brushing your teeth. Before you can finish showering. Before you can finish getting dressed. Before you can finish breakfast. Before you can finish the morning okay, I get it. Yeah, before a lot of things. Popcorn will be ready. Okay. With a startup time just under 60 seconds, Popcorn Prime is the fastest personal computer on Earth. Popcorn Prime. Your popcorn is waiting. Maze. It's popcorn because the company's called Maze, which sounds like maze, so it's like their icon is the corn, but a labyrinth, and they make popcorn. It's like, okay, wow, it's so clever. Maze manufacturing plants, 1960 to 1971. 1960. Oh? Okay. Alright. Okay.
Members of the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission want to know about the mandatory recall of all personal computers. Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure.
What?
Taking exposure of your computer at a local hazardous tech collection center.
Sorry, whoa.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission want to
The mandatory... So Maze recalled all personal computers.
know about the mandatory recall
Outbreaks
of all
reported.
personal computers.
What?
Personal computers may pose a risk to American lives and infrastructure.
Well, I'm not American, so I'm gonna keep my computer, actually. Thank you very much. Fourth Fourth Amendment rights do not apply. The Fourth Amendment, I would Nah, ignore it. 1960, Maze Machines is founded by Rob Careers and Rob Watroba. In 1969, President Dean establishes the Department of Technology, uniting all major American computer corporations and allocating billions of dollars towards technological advancement.
Now this delegation pays him this ovation.
I'm looking at this fucking line, it's so cool, it's the coolest line ever! By 1970, Maze produces the first personal video camera and home computer. Ahoy hoy! Ahoy hoy! In 1972, Maze collaborates with the Department of Defense to initiate the first system to control the true forces of mass destruction, TFMDs. Project Horned Serpent? Huh? In 1980, Maze is attacked. What the fuck is that spiky electric Godzilla? What the fuck am I looking at? In 1990, the last American personal computer is shut down on national television. In 2000, we've learned from our mistakes. Controlled is confidence, and today there are no doubts. Just trust us now. With Maze Movie Maker, now you can take control. Look, we know last time we fucked it up completely, but you can trust us now. We're good. We're good now. Exploring under a maze factory. Property of Maze. Okay. I see. Is that because of Maze Movie Maker, I guess? Okay, look at the sky, look at those walls, look at this building. Fire exit, do not block. Remove Russian. Maze? But first we spread the word. Beware the monuments, they are all connected. Oh, so this person is doing the graffiti. The military-industrial complex grows. Yeah, I know it does. What? The cave was very quiet and humid. Oh. MMM. Oh, okay. The air felt charged, too. There were no light fixtures or any pieces of equipment. No animals, not even bugs. It felt so empty. What happened here? What? Okay. Guessing that's a map. The fuck? Whoa! Oh, wait. Oh, that's the singing. Oh, electricity. Ah. Do not visit these sites. They have not been fed in years. Filmed by Maya and Nathaniel Arnoldson. Maya, huh? Maya. And have not been fed in years. Okay, so they went into the cave. They went to retouch the wall. It zapped, which gave them a taste. So they started waking up just to feed. And Yeah, the Lincoln Looker, who there's also suspicion that she became a canyon head, canyon crown, whatever. So, okay, the implications are a bit rough. But at least it seems like they're not being fed. Like the government's no longer sacrificing people to these fucking things, and it's just like, just starve them. We literally have no reason to feed them. Which is, that's good at least. At the same time, they haven't been fed in years. Have they not been fed in years because Maze was shut down? And the personal computer recall happened because of that? And now the computer's coming back? Because you feed them and they pump out electricity. So it kind of gives a lot of... Statement from Maze. Did you know that several photographs of President Dean have been manipulated to protect legitimate national security interests? Visit our Twitter account for more fun facts. Thanks, Maze. Thanks, Maze. Thank you. Oi, 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 oi. Let me check Antimatter Dimensions real quick. Oh, wow, I'm getting quite a hefty bit of stuff and doohickeys. Oh, I can just do all of this and do that, and I can just go here and just go check the upgrades, and I can't get it. Fuck my life. I probably should focus on that before going everywhere else, but at the same time, I kind of want to progress on number. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Let me just try it, give it a shot, because there's no reason not to. This is my stream. I can do whatever I want. Fuck you. Beep bop bop bop. Beacum bocum. Bum. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I reach the point? Can I do it? Boing, 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 boing. Come on. Come on. Come on. 2600, you can do it. Come on. 2600, you can do it. Come on. You're so close. Oh my god, we're doing it. We did it. Boom. Nice. Caught that. Okay. Now, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait. Actually, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. No, it's not. Hold up. 130. So, yeah. I mean, that was a long time ago now, so. Fuck yeah. Fuck you, mate. You're a dickhead. There we go. We went eternal. That's really nice. That's really nice. We're just stacking on eternities on top of eternities on top of eternities on top of eternities. And then I go down here. And then I go down here. And then I go down here. And then how long will this take to reach? Oh, yeah. I should probably get this. I should probably get this, but I feel like I also shouldn't. Because I think it's too hard, maybe? I don't know. Microphone. Well. Oh yeah, this one wants antimatter dimensions, but it doesn't matter because I'm just so good. Then do time, and then do here, so I can go to 115. Boom, and I can go here. Do you like wheels? Yeah, they spin. They spin. They're very nice. They're very cool. Wheels are awesome. I gotta agree. I do like me some wheels. Meals on wheels, meals on wheels, meals on wheels, and wheels on meals. Will this even reach 4,000? I mean, it's gotta, right? I mean, I've reached 6,300, so 4,000, it should be fine. Or is it just very fucking slow? Alright. Okay. We're making it. Slowly but surely. Okay, there we go. And now I can do this, and I can do this, and I can go here, and I can be like, and I can do, and then I go, and then, being sick is not very cash money. You know what? That makes a lot of sense, actually. I think. It makes a lot of sense that it isn't very cash money. I can see that. I think I agree, actually. The cave was quite warm. I immediately said to myself, they're in a giant flesh tube. Yep. Anyways, Suez Canal Crab. How's your anti-matter points? Yeah, I'm a fucking long ways away from that. It's gonna be a while before I get there. I'm at 33. So I'm just waiting. Can't do much. Just gotta do this shit manually. I also have like some fucking glyphs here. Like the glyph of time, which is really helpful. It would be extremely helpful in this run. But alas, it's not level 3. And then this one's level 1, and this one's level 1. So this one I think is a better level 1 than this as a level 2. The mission boost multiplier being ×2 is cool and all, but the times 1.77 E18 anti-dimension multipliers, actually that's whatever as well, kinda. 33-year-old. Oh, 33-year-old. 1,300. It is getting there. Slower, but it is getting there. Suez Canal Crib. Stuff for some crib. Ever given. President Clinton announces nuclear solution. For the last 2 weeks, the container ship Ever Given has obstructed the Suez Canal. With every passing hour, it is costing the global economy over $400 million. At the request of the Egyptian president, the United States will end the crisis with nuclear force. Both Congress and the United Nations Security Council have approved the use of a small thermonuclear weapon on the Suez Canal, several miles from Ever Given's location. The blast itself will not reach the ship, however the waves generated are expected to dislodge the Ever Given from its present position. Evacuations of the cities along the waterway are They're just gonna nuke the fucking canal. Yeah, okay. What? What do you mean you're gonna nuke the canal? You're gonna ruin the canal? What? Oh my god. Oh, it worked. Oh, it worked, okay. Wait. What? But... Oh. Okay. Oh. So... So... Should he ever given just fucked off, said I'm done with this shit. Twitter machine, aka T machine. Look at how fucking ancient it is. Look at how fucking ancient it is. And it's a million buttons, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The Twitter machine. I'm fucking... Okay. Where did the Ever Given go? The ship disappeared, according to officials. It got up and left. Why is everyone confused? Remember the ship that was stuck in the Suez Canal? It just disappeared. Oh. Oh, there it is. There's ships... planes, I meant. The Americans just released a monster. Nobody asked for a sequel to Attack of the Crab Monsters 1957. The Americans destroyed the Suez Canal and released a demon. Great. So is the ship alive, or is there something underneath it? Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed, says UN security. I'm losing it. The crab cannot be eliminated without causing great damage to the Ever Given. In this day and age, the world is unprepared for the loss of cargo of such magnitude. Therefore, the Suez Canal crab will not be destroyed. At this time, no containers will be lifted from the ship since low-flying aircraft cause the organism to ambulate unsteadily. In hopes of returning the Ever Given back to the sea, efforts are underway to carefully manipulate the crab's route through Egypt. Good luck. Okay, so that's the Suez Canal. That's the... Is that the Ever Given? Is that... What the fuck is that? No, that's... Okay, Barricade 1. Barricade 2. It blows up at Cairo. Oh. Okay. Dr. Disturbing presents.
Hello. Okay, and then tell me, what do you think about the tower? It's your first visit here, so what do you think about the tower?
I thought it was a really good tower. It was very interesting to go up it. It gave you a really good sense of how busy Cairo is, so I really enjoyed it.
That was terrific. It was really great to get kind of a sense of the scale of the city. It's kind of difficult to do that when you're walking around down on the street.
It's a breathtaking view, and it really gives you a terrific perspective of the whole city. And I loved it up there. I spent a couple of hours up on the top.
The 2021 Cairo Tower Stampede.
Due to evacuations around the Suez Canal, millions traveled to Cairo in search of housing. In response to this migration, many building capacity limits for popular attractions were inflated. The Cairo Tower, one of the tallest buildings in Egypt, had its own recommended capacity limit increased from 700 persons to 1,000.
April 16th, 3 days prior.
On the evening of April 16th, 2021, upwards of 1,200 visitors toured the Cairo Tower at once. Although concerns of overcrowding had been raised by several staff
stoned do you have to be? I don't know.
The building manager dismissed their comments. Since the Suez Canal crab would be passing by later in the evening, he also encouraged visitors to enter the upper levels of the tower, as that would provide a better vantage point. At 8 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was observed to have turned toward the Cairo Tower and proceeded to approach. Despite an alert sent out by the Egyptian government for civilians to immediately vacate structures in the crab's path, most visitors ignored the warning and stayed on the upper levels of the Cairo Tower as it came near.
Oh, great. These
At
fucking...
8:15 p.m., the Suez Canal crab was seen to have stumbled, and in an attempt to regain its balance, crashed into one side of the Cairo Tower, killing over 200 people. The resulting tremors that traversed the building damaged its staircases and elevator systems beyond repair. The cascade of shipping containers from the Ever Given, knocked forward by the momentum of the initial stumble, lasted for over 2 minutes, as an estimated 800 containers broke from their locks and pushed forward an additional 1,000 containers. As all 1,800 containers tumbled down through the building, the structural integrity of the Cairo Tower rapidly diminished.
Yeah.
Falling debris and containers are reported to have killed over 800 visitors. At 8:19 p.m., the Cairo Tower fully collapsed, dragging the immobilized Suez Canal crab into the ground. In total, only 39 of the 1,189 visitors of the Cairo Tower survived. 2 of the 15 staff members escaped to safety, including the building manager. None of the 6 security guards survived. Although paramedics and police officers had arrived shortly before the Cairo Tower's collapse, the visibly unstable tower prompted them to collect survivors on the ground and retreat to a safe distance. At 8:41 p.m., a hazardous waste collection team and soldiers of the Egyptian ground forces arrived to contain survivors within mobile quarantine chambers. Due to fears of a potential contagion contracted from the Suez Canal crab, all civilians in the vicinity were placed in quarantine under the authority of Egypt's military in collaboration with the Ministry
You thought they would be infected by the crab?
Upon impact with the ground, the Suez Canal crab and the Ever Given separated. The large wounds caused by the separation discharged thousands of gallons of seawater and bodily fluids. The hazardous waste collection team and soldiers attempted to plug the gushing lesions. However, survivors report that their efforts were mostly futile due to the team's inability to stay standing on the slippery ground. With the number of accidental falls among the troops on the increasingly wet ground, the Egyptian army diverted its focus from closing wounds on the Suez Canal crab to evacuation efforts. By midnight, the civilian population within a 3-mile radius of the fallen Cairo Tower had been completely evacuated.
Yeah. From the crab just spilling its guts everywhere.
17th, Egyptian authorities publicly announced that the Suez Canal crab had fallen in Cairo and laid in a vegetative state. Although the Cairo exclusion zone was primarily intended to prevent any media coverage of the crab and the surrounding destruction, several journalists managed to record footage of the site through the assistance of private helicopter pilots. By 8 a.m., clips of the crab were trending on Twitter. Members of the Anti-Device Association attributed the severity of the disaster to the development of intelligent devices.
What? What the fuck do you mean? Attributing it to the... Mother... It was the fucking nuke. It was the fucking nuke. Radiation, like... Also ADA again. Is this like the Anti-Dean Association but under a different name? I think it is, if I remember correctly. I don't actually know if I remember correctly.
Specifically, Twitter machines. They reasoned that due to
the Ever Given was overstocked with team machines. We should have nuked the ship, not the sea. ADA official. Okay.
Popularity of Twitter in America, the Ever Given was overstocked with T machines, which weighed the ship down and consequently caused the initial obstruction of the Suez Canal. On Twitter, the ADA released a vicious string of messages.
Clinton says the crab is not a TFMD until it kills people. Ridiculous.
Criticizing Twitter, Hillary Clinton, and Egypt. Along with images of the Suez Canal crab, photos of scattered goods that had fallen out of the shipping containers became a popular topic of discussion. One image of a sports car resting on top of debris would be retweeted by the ADA with the caption, "The Cairo exclusion zone is a conspiracy to keep goods in Egypt. The American people have been robbed."
Oh, great.
The tweet was shared by over 10 million users.
Great.
Taking notice, the ADA followed up with tweets suggesting that an Egyptian soldier
was last seen as an Egyptian soldier's home. These products must be rescued by the
had driven home the sports car in the image, and that the goods needed to be rescued.
So the ADA is a bunch of dumbass.
The ADA deemed April 19th as Finders Keepers Day and urged all Americans to
they're just
travel
going
to
out
Egypt
explicit with
to
it.
obtain the goods left by the fallen Suez Canal crab.
Cool.
Overnight, an estimated 12,000 flights to Cairo were booked by American citizens. Although a few trespassers had been apprehended in the Cairo exclusion zone, officials did not foresee any further disruptions at the site. Medical personnel attended to survivors in the quarantine chambers. Soldiers cleared rubble and attempted to control the spread of the Suez Canal crab's bodily fluids. By 5 a.m. on April 19th, approximately 20 million gallons had been contained through aerial drops of sawdust and an extensive effort to mop the premises.
20 million gallons of sawdust?
Although several officials discussed a plan to lay down military-grade mats to enable the hazardous material collection team to walk up to the crab for closer analysis, it was ultimately decided that no further action would be taken until the following evening, as it was believed that the midday sun would evaporate most of the fluid.
The stampede. Oh yeah,
At 12 p.m., over
dipshits.
12,000 Americans gathered in front of the gated entrance of the Cairo exclusion zone. 4,000 Egyptian police officers and soldiers stood behind the perimeter to guard the exclusion zone from trespassers. At 12:03 p.m., violence erupted when an American shot a police officer in the face. Consequently, tear gas was used on the raging mob. Tanks and heat rays arrived shortly afterwards to deter any trespassers. However, by 12:10 p.m., the front entrance gates of the Cairo exclusion zone collapsed from the force of the charging crowd. Informed of the approaching Americans, medical personnel and survivors at the epicenter began to vacate the premises. By 12:43 p.m., the first Americans were seen by officials at the epicenter. Although the wet ground was expected to significantly slow their approach, several citizens had arrived earlier than anticipated since they had utilized car hubcaps to slide quickly across the ground. With no law enforcement at the scene, the American citizens began to collect fallen goods and pry open shipping containers. Popular goods included furniture, firearms, processed food, tea machines, bars of gold, automobiles, and designer clothing.
Bars of gold.
As Americans continued to arrive at the epicenter, more injuries from accidental falls were observed. Concussions and broken arms were the most common injuries during the initial break-in. At 1 p.m., several fights broke out over a Ford pickup truck that had rolled out from a container and crushed a family. Three aggressors were shot by a man who had found a rifle. The conflict fueled an unpleasant atmosphere.
Great.
With more instances of gun violence as time went on.
An unpleasant atmosphere,
With more instances of gun violence as time went on, one notable incident saw the discovery of a container of firearms by a group of young children. The accidental firing of an automatic weapon by one child prompted the intervention of their parents and other adults. The resulting verbal argument escalated quickly and broke out into a full-scale gunfight with over 14 armed subjects, including the children. Another fight erupted after the discovery of a deluxe barbecue grill, which 13 Americans had simultaneously called dibs on when the item was pulled out of a shipping container. All 13 Americans died from gun-related wounds. When the last wave of
dibs on the grill. What the fuck?
The 12,000 Americans had entered the epicenter, overcrowding ensured that the accidental fall of one individual would trigger a continuous series of additional falls. Without any open space for the midday sunlight to reach the wet ground, the bodily fluid had no time to evaporate, and the number of falls steadily increased. At around 1:30 p.m., one of the posterior legs of the Suez Canal crab twitched and incited panic in a nearby crowd. As Americans attempted to flee, many fell on the slippery ground and were trampled by those rushing behind them. By 1:33 p.m., the screams of the panicked crowd had reached a deafening volume, reportedly being heard over 5 miles away. Due to the reinforcement of the Cairo exclusion zone's gates and orders from the Ministry of Health to prevent any American citizen from leaving the exclusion zone, the massive crowds were kept inside the 3-mile radius of the epicenter, held in place by an orderly line of tanks that flanked the entirety of the zone's
it's an exclusion
The
zone.
gates stood for over 6 hours as Americans ran from the epicenter.
Oh my
Many
God, look at 'em go.
soldiers became ill at the sight of injuries caused by the thousands of bodies being crushed into the metal bars. By 7:15 p.m., everyone within a half-mile of the gate had perished from extreme pressure. Heat exhaustion, accidental falls, and gun violence were also major causes of death. The Cairo exclusion zone gates were opened at 8 p.m. Soldiers searched for the remaining survivors. Of the over 12,000 Americans who had arrived, only 944 survived.
Wow.
77 of the American survivors were found kneeling around the Suez Canal crab and claimed to have been promised from a deity that they would survive if they prayed to the crab. However, none of them could account for the remains of dead worshippers that littered the ground around them.
Yeah,
They would later establish the Church of the Ever Given during their stay at a local hospital.
Great.
Howard Melrose, an American journalist permitted to visit the Cairo exclusion zone the day after the stampede, said of the site, "It looked like something from a medieval painting. All of their bodies were jammed into each other. Everyone became one."
Oh. Fun. The Cairo exclusion zone is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Okay. I mean, Arabic text is incompatible with English tea machines. To view a Twitter post sent from an Arabic tea machine, please use an Arabic tea machine. Likewise, please use an Arabic intelligent device to watch MNN, May's News Network, broadcasts in Arabic. Otherwise, the text on screen will be distorted. Share these tips with your friends and family on Twitter. Great. A whole another device. Can't coexist. Oh, the Ever Given? Yeah, it's a giant crab. 13 people calling dibs on a deluxe grill simultaneously and promptly shooting each other is the most American thing since the invention of McDonald's. I mean, yeah, that was literally my thought. What was the point of all that? Well, where the fuck did the Suez Canal crab come from? Literally, 95% of this whole ordeal was basically just people being dipshits. Because everything weird that happened was in the first section with like the ship growing legs and becoming a crab and then falling and then twitching. Everything after that is just a clusterfuck. Yeah. Oof. Ooh, it makes you think. It makes you think. Anyways, now it's time for the Dean disaster. What's in the description? Out of respect for deaf culture, the surgical procedures developed under the Dean administration were made optional for all Americans. However, acute social pressure compelled nearly every citizen with deafness to accept medical treatment. Those who were against treatment were frequently ostracized from society, and some were even harassed into fleeing the country. What do you think of President James Dean and the Great Siren Disaster? Share your thoughts on Twitter. Oh. Oy, oy. It's optional. But if you refuse, you'll be ostracized and even harassed into leaving. Okay. Alright. So yeah, this isn't. Yeah. Oy. Okay, so I'm guessing people go deaf here. Dean Disaster, the story of America's worst TV
During
hijacking.
a broadcast of ABC Evening News, anchor Frank Reynolds told viewers to be prepared for tomorrow and that they would witness the start of a glorious adventure. Word spread quickly throughout the country, and civilians invited friends and family to their homes in anticipation of the next day. Although no details of this glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean.
James Dean.
Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening of May 13th, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes.
Also consider the fact that in the previous one, the reason why the whole thing happened to begin with was because the Anti-Device Association basically compelled people under social pressure to do it. So, yeah, and that's related to the Anti-Dean Association. So what? Nuclear Holocaust? What? What did I miss?
Of the next day. Although no details of
I think it's called a nuclear holocaust in general because the Holocaust is a lot of people that died, and the nuclear holocaust is a lot of people that died because of the nuke. Like, a nuke dropping a nuke. Oh. What? Oh. There is no nuclear holocaust at the... Oh. Oh, hey. Don't think about it. There's no nuclear holocaust. Shh.
This glorious adventure were known, it was widely presumed to be another exciting TV announcement from President James Dean. Watching parties were organized in living rooms across America, and on the evening of May 13, 1969, after the ABC Evening News ended, televisions were closely watched with millions of unblinking eyes.
Unblinking.
No one wanted to miss what President Dean had to say.
Is Mr. Dean in hell?
Dean's America is hell.
Yeah?
But you still don't believe us. You'll hear the truth from James Dean himself.
There is no crab in Bossing Say. Oh, hi, James Dean with horns. Evil red James Dean.
Immediately following the broadcast, air raid sirens activated across all 50 states. The sirens blared at a far greater volume than usual and burst the eardrums of every civilian within a 4-mile radius.
Oh, cool.
The resulting panic triggered severe overcrowding at bomb shelters and deadly stampedes in the streets. Thousands were trampled and hospitals were overwhelmed within the hour. Fires broke out in all major cities, and cars left running in the streets produced lethal amounts of carbon monoxide, which flowed into poorly ventilated bomb shelters and suburban homes. In Washington, D.C., the White House was placed into lockdown immediately after the TV hijacking, and President Dean was rushed to a maximum security underground bunker. Able to hear the anguished screams of civilians in the streets above, Dean refused to stay in the shelter. When carbon monoxide alarms went off in the bunker, he urged his staff to exit the White House with him and shut off the vehicles left on the roadways. With a phone call, Dean mobilized the National Guard to assist with the deactivation of the millions of parked vehicles across America. Several more phone calls to high-ranking military officials and world leaders revealed that no nuclear missiles had in fact been launched. President Dean soon realized that the air raid sirens had been hijacked by a domestic organization and immediately ordered all forces of the military to disable every active siren in the nation. When military technicians arrived at the location of the sirens, they found that the bodies of prior technicians, who had perished from the combination of stress and the siren's sheer volume, piled so high as to have formed a ramp to the top of the speakers.
Jesus.
The overcrowding of streets by civilians and unaccompanied cars frequently blocked the path of emergency vehicles and prolonged the process of disarming the sirens. Against his advisors' wishes, President Dean tasked himself with the deactivation of an air siren near the White House. Although he would accomplish the task fairly quickly, Dean sustained permanent ear damage and was rendered fully deaf. The sheer volume had also caused countless blood vessels in his body to burst and produce several abdominal hernias. His condition was shared among the millions of other Americans who had been near the sirens at the time of their activation.
Why wouldn't he wear any protection? Why wouldn't he wear any protection? Like, you can just protect your ears with protections, equipment, something. Almost sounds weird, suspicious. I don't know. And yeah, I mean, that's a ridiculous fucking amount. That's a ridiculous amount of people. You're telling me that there were technicians who came to see a slightly smaller amount, and they're like, well, fuck it. And then they just went up to try and stop it, but then die. Climbing the corpses of their fellows. I mean, Jesus Christ.
3 hours would pass before all air raid sirens would be fully disabled.
No.
The next morning, at the advice of federal authorities, civilians slowly made their way from the shelters back to their homes. Although some continued to stay in the shelters for fear of radioactive fallout, most accepted the explanation given by military officials over the radio. There is no nuclear holocaust. A domestic terrorist organization hijacked the sirens of America. The streets were littered with bodies and automobiles. The National Guard handed out blindfolds to the young, sick, and elderly as they exited the shelters to prevent the scenes of bloodshed from causing fainting spells and heart attacks. At the Walt Disney Medical Center, physicians examined President Dean and other members of his staff who helped disarm the sirens. All were diagnosed with severe hearing loss. Against his doctor's advice, Dean insisted on issuing a public statement on the traumatic events that had transpired. Although he initially wanted to appear on live television, a glance at the mirror discouraged him, as he saw the countless bruises and tears present on his skin due to the intensity of the sirens. In coordination with technicians from the Department of Defense, President Dean instead organized a large-scale radio broadcast utilizing the very air raid sirens they had disabled. Later that night, a bruised Frank Reynolds would announce on ABC Evening News that Dean would speak through the sirens and that captions would be displayed simultaneously on television for viewers.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, everyone's deaf. He will be with you in just a moment. Also, bruised Frank Reynolds. What? I mean, we're basically watching propaganda, aren't we? Is that what's happening? What the fuck would the Anti-Dean Association have to gain from bursting everyone's ears?
I'm sorry. Very sorry for what's come to pass. I wish I could bring back your friends, your family. I want to fix everything. This is not the announcement I planned for. But as you know, there are people who have it in for us. The Anti-Dean Association.
Yeah, there we go.
They hijack our systems. They hurt people.
Yeah.
The Anti-Dean Association is an anti-American association. I want you to keep an eye out for them. They will not be hard to find because they are very proud of their silly ideas. Find them and bring them to your local authorities. We'll make things right. We have places for people like them. This is Jimmy, signing off.
You have places for people like them. Like jail
Over the
or
next
monuments?
Week, hundreds of thousands of anti-Deaners would be apprehended and sent to correctional facilities around the United States.
Okay, correctional.
These facilities, meant for the anti-American, were aptly located near or at national monuments in order to symbolize a return to American virtues.
Okay, so this makes it blatant that this propaganda. The correctional facilities just so happen to be nearby monuments. You know, the monuments of same the alien bullshit. Just for American, so you can feel American. Look at that fucking
in
thing.
order to symbolize a return to American virtues.
Yeah, that thing you sacrifice people to?
Most would stay for merely a few weeks before being released again. Friends and family of rehabilitated anti-Deaners frequently claimed that they would have improved personalities, no recollection of their past criminal activities, and even slightly altered physical appearances. These
no recollection of previous activities, slight physical differences with the monuments that cause parallel worlds.
methods were so effective in calming the terrorist that many innocent civilians requested themselves to be sent to these facilities in hopes of radically changing their lives. However, federal authorities would deny any admission to those who were not affiliated with the ADA. During one address, President Dean acknowledged the high volume of requests from the public.
So, basically just throwing them out into a parallel universe. Just like, go out. Fuck off. We'll get your parallel versions. Hey, Jimmy.
A lot of you want to be sent to the same places we're sending those anti-Deaners to. I get it. Those who come out of these places, they look clean as a whistle.
Yeah, it's mirror worlds, basically. But if they were American monuments.
Then those correctional facilities lose their purpose. If we send everyone to prison, then what's a prison anymore?
That is some shitty... What? What does that mean? If we send everyone to prison, what even is prison?
On May 22nd, 9 days after the disaster, President Dean received a state-of-the-art hearing implant from Maze Machines.
That's such a bullshit reason to fucking deny.
Around noon at the Walt Disney Medical Center, the device was surgically inserted into Dean. The sound quality of the implant and the speedy nature of the surgery inspired Dean to imagine a new government department, which would be able to oversee the mass production and distribution of quality hearing implants to the American public.
Great.
That evening, President Dean requested an emergency session of Congress and proposed the ambitious
Hey,
project.
no worries. Let's just give everyone a hearing microchip. This totally isn't a conspiracy.
I can't hear a damn thing. Did you hear me? I can't hear a damn thing. Neither can you, or you, or you, or
then what the fuck do you mean, did you hear me?
It doesn't matter whether you were near the sirens or not. None of you are listening.
Oh,
we need
okay,
to bring
metaphor.
together those technology companies to build and send hearing devices that the public needs. Hearing devices that you yourself need.
Yeah. The Orbelisk of transports.
Through collaboration with the Department of Health, we can give back to the people what our failures took away. We can let a mother hear her child laugh again, and let a man hear his dog again. We can give everyone their hearing again. And who's stopping you? Listen to the public. You're all about deadlines too. So here's one. By July 4th, I want every American to hear the fireworks.
Due to a malfunction in his auditory implants, Dean was unable to hear himself and as a result spoke much louder on the Senate floor than on previous occasions. The volume of his speech, which greatly amplified his compassion for the American people, profoundly affected the senators, and in the early hours of May 23, 1969, after 10 hours of discussion, the Department of Technology was approved. It was the fastest an executive department had ever been established. By May 27th, all persons with hearing loss attributed to the anti-Dean disaster would be eligible for the surgical implantation of a hearing device free of charge. Mass operating rooms would be established throughout the U.S., able to house over
I'm not the only one who's
patients at
thinking
once.
this has a conspiracy involved,
The
right?
use of surgical androids was approved on June 6th, which increased the number of surgeries performed per day
Surgical
over
androids, okay.
250%.
Like the description talked about
Once all
how
victims
those who
had been
refused were
treated,
stigmatized
those with
and
deafness
harassed.
unrelated to the disaster also became eligible for the surgery.
Helen Keller.
On July 4th, it was announced that there was no incidence of severe hearing loss in the country. The United States was the first nation in the world to eradicate deafness. The achievement had been expected for some time since its first mention during Dean's congressional address. In preparation, many health organizations, both domestic and international, had prepared to host banquets for Dean and grant awards to him and his staff. However, President Dean spent the entirety of Independence Day racing cars with close friend Richard Nixon at a local speedway.
Yeah, they're buds now. 5G mind
would
chips.
cite the recovery from the
help you
anti-Dean
listen to
disaster
stuff.
as James Dean's finest hour. The president was never willing to accept responsibility.
All we did was fix some ears.
All we did was fix some ears. I like how Dean is portrayed as both some sort of shady semi-human sometimes and just a genuinely good president. And that's the weird part. I think it's so easy for like someone evil to take control of America. Ignore Trump. If you had competency, all you'd need to do is to be an actual good president for like a year. That's all you need to do. Because America spent so long without a fucking actual good president. That's if someone comes up and is like, yeah, I care about the hearing of people, let's give them free healthcare. Boom. There you go, that's it. That's all you need. And Starry Sphinx. Yeah, boy. What is this? The Starry Sphinx and related phenomena. Statement from Maze. There are no extraterrestrials. Visit our Twitter account for more fun fact. There are no aliens. Nope. Shh. No, there aren't. Nope. Stop it. Nope. There aren't any aliens. TFMD on Mars. Oh, so we're gonna see a big ass weapon? What the fuck is that? It's like a swan. The swan bomb. Excerpts from an interview recovered from an arson scene. Unrestored. Unrestored? Oh, Leonard Moreland?
Egypt was entirely against the excavation. They had every right to be upset when we went ahead with it anyway. They said that their system worked for thousands of years and would continue to protect the country. They're right. At the time, the president and our military did not care.
I have no idea how long season 2 is. I know there's the full playlist, but yeah.
Which in this case was excavation.
Okay. Great. So here, the Americans were like, nah, we know better. Shut up, Egyptians. We're gonna handle this. TFND leaves Mars. Wait, leaves Mars? It wasn't Mars? What? The fuck is... What?
Once the pyramids were classified as TFMDs by the U.S., the excavation was inevitable. TFMDs have been acknowledged by the UN Security Council as the single most dangerous threat to humanity. Of course, this was before climate change and mankind was classified as TFMDs under the Bush administration. At the time, it meant that the pyramids required immediate action.
Oh. Wait, sorry, but... Oh, climate change and mankind. Mankind was classified as a true force of mass destruction by James Dean? I mean, you're not wrong, but also, Jesus, what? TFMD enters the Earth's atmosphere. From Mars. What? 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 That ship? Satellite? The fuck is that? Wait, is that the Sphinx? Oh, that's the Sphinx. No, no fucking way. No.
The ancient pharaohs personally appointed workers to guard it, with some years of their lives striking the trees. They were equipped with the finest Giza glass balloons.
Giza glass.
Substances to inhibit muscle fatigue and reduce insomnia, so they would be able to hit the trees for several nights in a row.
Jesus.
The goal is not to cut down any of the trees, of course. That won't be possible until 1945. Rather, the intention was to shift the tree's focus from upward growth to internal repairs. The ancient Egyptians knew that they could not permanently halt the tree's germination, but by prolonging their growth, the Egyptians bought themselves time to build enormous towers that better contain the trees.
Okay. Pretty smart. Huh. TFMD is attacked. The orbs. Are those the orbs dropped on the TFMD? What the fuck? What? Bruh, what am I? What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so that was okay.
You'll find the pyramids extending much deeper into the sand than we had previously thought. The more we dug, the more bricks we had found had already been laid. At the time, we had convinced ourselves that the pyramids had to be finished structures. It would only be a matter of time before we would reach the bottom. By the third week, we realized that we had been wrong the whole time. The pyramids expanded out excellently. You imagine our reluctance to tell the public that the pyramids were not pyramids at all. They were towers. Infinite towers, all three of them. Towers which contain enormous species of metaphysical flora.
Metaphysical flora.
Pyramids are merely the tips of buildings.
What? What? Oh. TFMD's false children land. What? Oh. Oh, the lights. Oh. What? False children organize into the Starry Sphinx. Oh. Yeah, it's like a moving horse. The Starry Sphinx distracts observers as mothership flees. Video affected by radiation. Oh. Oh. So that's the... So the Starry Sphinx is used to distract everyone. And this is the mothership. Which fell from Mars? I don't... The Great Pyramids rise. Okay. The other pyramids awaken. Video affected by radiation. Yeah, there's no aliens. Just pyramids, just monuments. No aliens though. Are you fucking kidding me? This thing is here. Are you... Okay. The arch. Wait, what? Wait, how fucking many are there? What? Sorry? Could you zoom out? Maybe? Could you maybe fucking zoom out? What am I looking at? Present situation. Sphinx, that, and pyramids are a blob. Okay, I thought pyramids would be a triangle, but... So, wait. That's the Sphinx. Okay. So those are all the pyramids, and there's one sphinx at the center. The mother sphinx. Produced by the Anti-Device Association. Starry Sphinx, a film by Alex Casanas. My thought is becoming that the Anti-Dean Association does exist, but they're being hijacked in order to have people go against them and to ruin them, basically. Anyways, there are no extraterrestrials. It's time for the Giza Guardian. Happy Independence Day. Thanks. Thanks, Maze. A feed of the Starry Sphinx in Giza on July 4th. Stay tuned. The Maze News Network. MNN. Oh shit. Whoa. Look at that spinny. Whoa. Whoa. Holy fucking shit. Look at that thing spin. Look at that thing go. Why did the camera fall? For fuck's sake, stop. Yeah, Dean did say July 4th for healing the... Oh, the lights. Whoa, what is that? What? Are those antennae? What? Oh, look at the arches. What? Okay, so then they exploded in lightning. Okay, great. Great, it happened again. Keeps happening. Keeps happening. Great. Fucking Dr. Disturbing again. Project Giza Guardian.
Throughout the 19th century, English archaeologists in Egypt encountered stories, time and again, of mysterious lightning strikes near the Great Pyramids of Giza. It was reported that the lightning would strike only in the presence of certain rare constellations. However, no one outside of the Bedouin tribes knew of which constellations. The secrecy protected the value of Giza glass, a mineral created by the strange lightning striking the desert sand. The glass also served as a form of black market currency for several tribes. For decades, the Bedouins' knowledge eluded British archaeologists. For as long as the constellations remained unknown, the Giza glass that formed was retrieved by the Bedouins long before anyone else arrived. However, in the late 1870s, British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie discovered the constellation which preceded the electrical phenomenon. In 1880, he arranged an expedition to collect samples of Giza glass for the British Museum. Petrie accurately predicted the appearance of Giza glass, and with the help of British troops, secured the location of the glass for themselves.
Great.
The glass, which formed in long, multi-layered sheets, was fractured in order to be more easily transported. While collecting fragments, Petrie slipped and landed on an upright plane of Giza glass. The force of the fall, combined with the sharpness of the material, decapitated Petrie immediately.
Great.
While British troops at the scene quickly assumed Petrie had been killed, A closer inspection revealed that he was still alive.
Oh?
Although his head was separated from his body, Petrie remained conscious and could even mouth rudimentary words. Medical personnel were initially relieved Petrie had somehow survived, but they became concerned when his head began to discolor and swell significantly. But the fate of Flinders Petrie is a tale for another day.
And swell. Discolor and swell significantly. Ahead.
Petrie's lot, as his collection of Giza glass came to be known, arrived in England in 1891. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of its containers during transit, the glass arrived broken into thin shards and was deemed worthless by museum curators.
Oh.
Yet, as a token of international diplomacy, the British Museum divided Petrie's lot among visiting American ambassadors. Vaguely aware of Giza glass's odd properties, President John D. Rockefeller ordered the immediate confiscation of the material from the American ambassadors. Although many in his administration were eager to see the glass be used in warfare, President Rockefeller refused to authorize military use and instead discussed other possible applications with the head of the Department of the Interior.
That's good, at least.
After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen. These unusual given
Sorry, what?
The Department of the Interior. After numerous conferences, it was settled that segments of Giza glass would be polished into fine blades and given to a select group of Greco-Egyptian swordsmen.
Where is this going?
These unusually tall swordsmen were assigned to the Grand Canyon and guarded restricted areas from trespassers. Protected under federal law, the Grand Canyon Guardians continued to serve for decades until the last member was discontinued.
So John D. Rockefeller's plan for using the glass is to make a bunch of blades and then find Greco-Egyptian sword warriors to give them the blades to defend. What the fuck? What?
All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects.
What?
Discontinued. All trespassers who were maimed by the Guardians were promised a lifetime's worth of a special concoction which controlled unwanted side effects.
Yeah, like the head swelling, but why would you? For what fucking reason would you use the Giza glass? What?
However, since the medication's efficacy decreased over time, older victims were promised housing within the Grand Canyon to guarantee their safety and privacy from the outside world.
Oh, vinegar stopped working. Okay.
But only under the condition that they would lure known dangerous persons wanted by the federal government to the forbidden zones of the national park.
Oh, fuck off. Okay, so future canyon crowns, because this is clearly how canyon crowns are made, or whatever, were promised housing. No, okay. Canyon crowns in general were promised housing because the old ones stopped working for them too. On the condition that they lure dangerous people into becoming canyon crowns. Okay. Wait. And Maya was suspected to become a canyon crown. Oh, joy. Fuck. Okay. The US government claims that Project Giza Guardian was shut down in 1969. However, sightings of swordmen in the Grand Canyon continue to this day. Yeah. No, of course it was shut down. Yeah, it was definitely shut down. It was shut down. Yeah. The following audio is an excerpt from an interview with Louisa Crawford, a wife of the esteemed American sculptor Thomas Crawford. Thomas Crawford is best known for designing the Statue of Freedom atop the US Capitol.
Thomas odiava l'America. È andato a Roma quando era 21enne e ci è rimasto per il resto della sua vita. Era divertito dal fatto che la proprietà degli schiavi americani lo volesse per creare una statua chiamata Libertà. All'inizio Thomas non voleva aiutarli, ma poi realizzò che la statua poteva diventare un simbolo per altre persone. Dietro alla statua un berretto della libertà, qualcosa che gli schiavi romani liberati indossavano. Penso che se una statua alta 6 metri di una donna liberata si ergesse sulla cupola del Campidoglio, alcuni uomini sarebbero stati meno ignoranti. Puoi immaginare quanto deluso fosse quando il signor Davis a Washington gli disse di togliere il cappello dalla libertà. Ma Thomas vedette che il suo progetto andrà a buon fine. Andò persino in Egitto per trovare il materiale per la sua spada. È un vetro molto particolare. Vetro di Giza.
Are you fucking... Why would you go and fuck with Giza glass, my man? Why would you do this? What?
Una volta, mentre stava affinando il vetro nella sua officina, si tagliò accidentalmente la punta di un dito. Nonostante fossi preoccupata quando me lo disse, lui non riusciva a smettere di ridere. Mi disse che il vetro era così tagliente che la punta del suo dito si affettò senza
Without
dolore
pain or blood? Oh.
Però poteva comunque sentirla. Quando Thomas si concentrava, poteva addirittura farla contrarre sul tavolo. Lo trovava divertente. Io no.
Yeah.
Convinto che una sera tornò a casa senza una mano. Diceva che poteva comunque muoverla all'officina. Era così giovane quando se ne andò. Aveva solo 43 anni. Mi sarebbe piaciuto passare più tempo assieme. Ci amavamo davvero tanto. Puoi immaginare la mia sorpresa quando guardai il modello di gesto della bocca. Grazie a Dio che l'ispettore Giaffino era nel torto. Mi fece pensare che c'era un serial killer in città, ma nessuno l'aveva ucciso. Thomas aveva tagliato il suo stesso corpo e si era inserito nella libertà. L'ho visto, ogni parte di lui. Sapevo cosa fosse successo, ma vedere i suoi occhi sulla statua era troppo per me. Lei sembrava viva. Giappino disse agli americani che Thomas fosse morto. Credo che lui abbia trovato la verità da allora. La polizia di Gibilterra pensava che sarei stata devastata dal sentire che avessero trovato la pelle di Nina nella grotta. Ma ero sollevata. Sei ancora viva. Thomas deve averla messa nella statua con lui. Dentro la libertà. Thomas e Nina stanno proteggendo l'America.
Okay. So, this guy cut his hand with Giza glass, realized he could still move his finger, and went apeshit and decided, I'm gonna go into the Statue of Liberty. I do not trust... I hate the fucking Americans. I hate their shit, but I'm gonna give them this as a sarcastic fuck you, and I'm gonna make it a woman so that men can look at her and be like, whatever the fuck, I don't know. Then he decided, I'm going to join with the statue, actually. And then just went. Just was planning to go. His daughter unfortunately crawled on the boat. And I'm sorry, a lot of thoughts are coming to my head. He found out when he was cutting open the cargo to get all of her pieces. I'm gonna say her at this point, freedom. All of her pieces. Him? I'm gonna say him. Fuck it. It's Thomas. I think, yeah. He Yeah, assimilated his body, saw that what was there, so brought her with them. But he did the same process to his daughter, and they're together now as bits of moving, wriggling flesh inside the bronze body of freedom. What? Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Following the broadcast of the controversial Delaware Double report, the Delaware River Journal was shut down by federal authorities. However, a secondary organization, the New Delaware Journal, continued operations. Oh, I forgot what the Delaware... Weren't the Delaware Double talking about, like, some weird shit that was happening? Maybe that's why. I don't remember exactly, but...
Freedom has a new home. Following the ADA storming of the Capitol on January 6th, numerous organizations expressed interest in purchasing the Statue of Freedom. The statue, which fell during the riot and caused over 150 casualties by reactionary politicians as a result of poor craftsmanship, and blamed her original installer, Philip Reed, for her collapse.
Oh,
Reed,
fuck off.
Architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical figures demonized by the ADA.
Wait, whoa, what?
Reed, an experienced architect and enslaved man at the time of Freedom's assembly, this has become the latest in a series of historical...
So, the ADA also hated him when he installed a statue. Okay, the Anti-Dean Association is... They suck. I think? I don't fucking know anymore. I don't know what is propaganda, what is real, you know? And...
by the ADA. Due to growing reluctance to reinstall the Statue of Freedom, the Department of the Interior has instead transferred Freedom to an undisclosed location in the Grand Canyon and rejected all other offers to purchase her.
They moved her into the Grand Canyon so she can fucking make more canyon crowns. I'm gonna fuck. Okay.
When asked why the statue had been sent to the Grand Canyon, President Dean replied, "The rocks won't shoot her down."
The rocks won't shoot her down. That's such a fuck. What? Dean, no. No, you have to explain yourself. What is this? Shortly after the broadcast of Freedom's new home, New Delaware journalist Howard Melrose leaked the classified file SDFR 4.3099 to the public. Melrose now lives in exile in Egypt. Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. Attract and extinguish ADA members and other curious persons. Protect May's assets. Okay. Well, yeah. And other curious... Sorry, and other curious persons, by the way. So not just ADA members, just anyone who's like, what the fuck is going on, man? What is going on? Fuck them. Kill them. Don't just let them be. Kill them actively if they have any curiosity. Okay. Yeah, look at her go. Yeah, freedom. Taylor P. Manning. Just let me be used as a tool by the American government. What? Why is Freedom doing this, by the way? Is Freedom just not completely there? I think that's the thing, right? Because Freedom's obviously not completely there, and is now a fusion of multiple people. Roy E. Nunes. Oh my god. Wait, hold up. I haven't been seeing the names. Let me just see the names. So Taylor P. Manning, Franklin B. Carr, Bonnie Newman, no idea, Harry F. Caldwell, the Platypus, Jimmy and Donna Garner, Roy E. Nunes, Jeff M. Foster, Sue McGee, Bridget K. Jennings, Deanna L. Massey, Randall Jefferson, Maya Arnoldson. Yep. Okay, great. Great, they fucking... Yeah, okay, so we got confirmation now, 100%. They caught her investigating and doing weird shit, and we gotta get rid of her. She's looking too much into things. The following audio clip, known as The Last Words of Maya Arnoldson, was recovered by park rangers in the Grand Canyon. Huh? Say what? What the fuck? Viewer discretion is advised. What? Remove lens cap. Okay.
No, not now. I'm leaving now. I won't bother you.
Yeah. In 2004, park rangers discovered Maya Arnoldson's headless body. As of 2021, her head remains missing. Well... Great. Oh, yeah, the government isn't shady. Yeah, the government isn't shady. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Government isn't shady. What the... The rocks won't shoot her. This made me realize you could be just chilling at home and then a fucking 19-foot tall bronze statue barges into your house and cuts your head off with her giant sword because you made a tweet that slightly criticized the American government 3 days ago. This could be you? Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, yeah. First, she's incorrectly identified as the person Reagan wanted as a Lincoln Looker, and next she's decapitated by Freedom and forced to spend the rest of her life as a Canyon Crown. I'm sorry, just ignore all context. I'm going to reread the sentence. First, she's incorrectly identified as the person Reagan wanted as a Lincoln Looker, and next, she's decapitated by Freedom and forced to spend the rest of her life as a Canyon Crown. How long does the play? Stop asking questions, Brian! Stop! Stop asking me to do things! I don't want to do things, man. It's until 30, we're at 21. Lazy ass. Because you! Sweet channel! I could be the lazy that I want! Anyways, yeah, we got 9 videos. Until Nixon verse. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck did you mean -1 for? I still told you. You bastard. Sure, yeah, dude. Jesus, man. There's the guy of Jesus Christ. I need you to understand this shit hits hard when we reach it, but it's also, yeah, the 39-minute video, the Nixon verse. We are 90 videos away from the Nixon verse, and the Nixon verse is where shit gets real. The last son of Alcatraz, the D-Day night, the queen of the Lunarians, Jesus is in Vietnam, the missing guy of Jesus Christ, the house in the ocean, which is a 39-minute video, the sea of the last son, the D-Day night returns, D-Day nightfall, Nixon is God, the Ed Dwight paradox. And it's the ending of the Nixon verse. This is just an April Fool's thing that got me, it tricked me, and I was sad. Because I wanted more Nixon verse, if I'm honest, but at the same time, it had the perfect ending. Nixon verse had the perfect ending, so at the same time, yeah, I don't think it should have a version 2. And then alternate American folklore. I don't know about this. I was not told about and then the Trinity Desk project, which is really fucking sick. I love the Trinity Desk project. I think it ended too early. Oh no, it continued. Oh no, it continued. Oh fuck yeah. Oh yeah, I want to. Okay, I'm so glad I'm doing this now. Determine your original universe. President Dean the series. Ooh, President. The modern day, a monument mythos. The end. And is season 4? The entirety of season 4 is one video? It's a fucking movie. The series ends in a movie. Hold up. I need to see the recent output. I'm losing my fucking mind. Yeah, Eve Casanes. Got it. So I was correct. Alright. The Monument Mythos. Wait. And Monument Mythos The End. And then Corner Baby, which was re-uploaded. Okay, interesting. Restored footage. Pyramid Plasma. I'm guessing this is like unused stuff. And then other stuff. Like just assorted other cool shit. This is very interesting. Alright. Alright. Yeah, okay. It might be a while before I spin the wheel. Sorry. I think the wheel is stuck here now. I need to I need to continue this. I might include games here or there, but the main wheel is this. This is the side era. We're in the fucking Monument Mythos era. I want to continue this. It's been at the end of the stream. What do you mean hold up. Wait. Let me just export so that I keep it just in case. And then let me Oh, the Monument Mythos. Oh, okay. That was tense at the end there. How's this going? How is this? How are you? How are you, game? Stop this reality over? Yeah. Do I hate myself? No. Oh right, we've broke this challenge. I'm awesome. Did you know that I'm awesome? Did you know that I'm fucking awesome, dude? I'm like fucking awesome, dude. Just so you know. I'm like the fucking best, man. Cope. It's not cope if I believe it, man. It's not cope if I believe it. I'm awesome, bitch. Can't do anything to kill me. Fallen father. My father fell. The shack is the brand's 50th. Are you ready? They followed me all the way home. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, that's a squirrel. Okay, I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god, I gotta see this again. Oh my fucking god! It's a squirrel! It's the squirrel! Yeah! Yes, fuck, yes, fuck, yes, fuck, yes, Mr. Squirrel, he's young! Yes! Mr. Squirrel! Mr. Squirrel! He just gave you the thing! Ah! Mr. Squirrel! Horny! What? 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 Forget about that. What? Since you're gone, you never see this video, but I had a dream that you were still here and you were about to leave the house. And right before you left, you said, I'm going home now. I know your health problems made your body a prison and now you're free. But we miss you so much. I wish I hugged you more often. I love you, Dad. I hope you're happy wherever you are. I can't stop thinking about the day you left. It hurts so much to remember. The worst memories live at home with us. I don't like this. I don't like this. No. 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 I can't believe it's been 3 days already. What? Nathaniel Arnoldson. Eric Casanas. Yeah. One thing that comes to mind about this series as well, Casanas lost her father during all of this, during the project basically, and it hit hard. And in fact, House in the Ocean, funnily enough, originally wasn't even meant to be a part of the series. It was just a sort of vent piece thing. It was a selection. It was a number of videos. It was originally split into like the original videos. So she would release the videos one at a time. And then at the end, just delete them to reflect the feeling of like, you know, losing a loved one. It was very cool. I'm glad that she eventually integrated it back into the series, but damn, it really adds something, I think. Plus, you know, it's cool that it happened. Statement from Maze. We hope you're happy wherever you are. Thanks, Maze. Yeah, this video was fuck. This video was fucked. The way it starts out so amazing and funny, and then like almost instantly transitions into sadness and horror. I thought my dad sent a message for a second because of the situation. God, but fuck. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking, by the way. Like, I'm quiet, but I'm just, like, thinking ambiently at this point. Also, before I forget, import file, download, wheel, backup, there we go. Then Monument Mythos, slap it on with a 3. There we go. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Yeah. So. What the fuck? Dominic would never. No, 0.09. Let's see what we'll be doing next. I don't know if it's this stream or the next one. But let's see. Not entirely sure. I might leave it for next time. It's been 4 hours. It's been pretty good. It's been a pretty good length of a stream, I think. Alex. Yeah. Eve. Eve. Yeah. It's Eve. As in now, it's Eve. At this time, it was, yeah. Being trans adds a whole new dynamic to your identity. It's wild. Well, it's FAPT Part 2, you know. It's not just FAPT, it's FAPT Part 2. Let's... It depends on what we land on. Let's put it that way. It depends on what we land on. I'm gonna close my eyes. Well, yeah, well, they'll be funny. But isn't that kind of funny, having one FAPT that's like 2 track and voids? Like, that's kind of funny. Like, imagine in the future when I have like 20 FAPTs, and then FAPT 5 or whatever the fuck, it's still... it's just 2 track and voids that's called a FAPT. I don't know, I just like it. What the fuck? What the... Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll continue. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Well, Pyramid Plasma. Time to finish season 2. Oh my god, I don't know about finish, my guy. I don't know about finish, my guy. But we'll see. Wait, real quick. On July 20th, 1918, German airship L-70 was scheduled to complete a flight over the Great Pyramid of Giza to intimidate Allied powers. However, 17 American soldiers destroyed the airship through the use of a super weapon installed at the top of the pyramid. This video is dedicated to those 17 men. What? What? Okay. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah? Sure. Hmm? Fuck was that? America. Oh my god, it's Alan D. Arnold's. Are you serious? Another Arnoldson? Jesus fucking Christ, can this family catch a break? Gordon L. Barlow, Thomas H. Bird, Simon L. W. Blount, Edmund R. Camp, Aldrich F. Crofton, Horace K. Glasgow, Herbert S. King, Gideon Mackeson, Alden R. McAlpin, Roy W. Whitmire, Charles S. Oliphant, Liam Schofield, Ernest S. Sparkman, Ingram B. Wicker, Manny R. Swanson, Spessard L. Wilson. In memoriam. University of Florida alumni who made the supreme sacrifice to the Great War. I don't know if these are real people or not, by the way. Are they real people? If Arnold Soul is real, then I'm losing it. Dear Mrs. Arnoldson, a silence fell over the office today when we learned of your husband's passing. Alan led a very important mission overseas and saw it to its end. The fuck? What the fuck is this sound? What is this sound? What is this? His leadership has brought the war's conclusion months closer to the present day. His actions have saved thousands of lives. I met Alan once. I remember him as a deeply patriotic man with a flair for motivating even the most discouraged soldier. Yeah, I guess it could be muffled typing. He remarked that the Latin phrase Carpe Diem seized the day had lost its charm since it had been used by countless commanders in the war. Thus, Alan had an alternate phrase to yell before charging the enemy. Starcus excidit. Shit happens. We will remember you and Alan for a very long time. If you should ever visit Washington, know that you are always welcome to the house. The House of Leaves. Oh my fucking god. Damn, this letter has been fucking deep fried. What the fuck? This letter has been put in the fucking air fryer. What in the fuck is happening? Is it one of those things where you need to pull something on the torch to turn it on? What the fuck? What the fuck is taking this?
Where's that damn fuck?
What? 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 Kinetic flashlight. Is that James Dane or some shit? I don't fucking know. What? Well, okay. Oh.
I haven't forgotten you, men. Your great war still goes on. Let's win it together.
Dean's Vorvets. What? What am I looking at? Oh, that's the airship. I think. It's just being projected on something. That's the pyramid. What the fuck? Jesus.
Where's the fire extinguisher? Mom, where's the fire extinguisher? Nothing happened. I just need it. I just need it. There's no fire, Mom. I just promise. It's okay, Mom. Just don't worry. Don't worry, Mom.
What the fuck? What the fuck? We now know better. From August 2021. Eve Cassinas. Mew and my mate's PC combusts after not being able to withstand the unrelenting aura of Operation Pyramid Plasma. God, we know no better. Was that on how she Oh, this is a okay. This is a sort of re-upload. The message in the description is an acknowledgement of the mistake and how she has learned from it, while also being an in-universe reference to discovering secret information about the secret weapon which shut down the Rockefellers and created the Angel. Oh, I see. Because I was wondering how this fits in, but also interesting. Restored footage. Also, from August 2021, so that is also, okay. What the hell was coming down from the sky? What? Are we looking through the barrel? What is this? What is... Okay, what? This is so fucking loud, man. Okay. Oh. Explosion happened? Restored by Howard and Eunice Melrose. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's increase the volume back. Statement from Mays. What do you think happened to President Rockefeller? Share your theories on Twitter. Let me just fucking press play. My dad unexpectedly passed away 3 months ago. I will try my best to continue his work. Respect. Dr. Disturbing. Oh, Dr. Disturbing is an Arnoldson. Oy, 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 oy.
I remember seeing the first German airship in its hangar. I was astounded by its immensity until I saw my own name printed on its side. At that moment, an entirely new feeling unveiled within me. It was an emotion which frequented me in childhood. A blend of revulsion and satisfaction that had followed the execution of a cruel jest on a friend or a stranger. A pin in one's foot. A tumble down a stairwell. What would others think? I thought to myself at the sight of a foreign airship bearing the name of the American president dropping explosives upon cities of unarmed civilians. I wish to say that revulsion was my sole reaction to this invention, yet I cannot deny that I was proud of this magnificent vehicle. It was perhaps the greatest war machine ever developed by mankind, made possible by yours truly. By nightfall, shame outweighed pride, and I requested the immediate removal of my name from the airship and all its future successors. Although the Germans complied, they continued to refer to their airships as Rockefellers. I knew that removing my name would not obscure the facts for very long. It was inevitable that the American public would one day become aware of my secret dealings in Germany.
Oh, right. Before World War II. Luftschiffe Rockefeller 70. Nose, body, tail, okay. You got the elevator, you got the weather. Surveillance car. I guess to see what the fuck is going on. Envelope. Mail? What? Gunner gondolas? Okay. Control car. What? Oh, where you'd be. Spindle. I guess that's where you'd be. Interior. Okay. What? What? What?
It had always been my
Sorry, what the fuck are these Rockefellers? Sorry, my guy, what the fuck? Why does the interior of your super weapon have a skull and an amalgamation of things that might not be flesh? What?
intention to reinvigorate the American
Oh,
economy.
okay, that's good.
Once I had been debriefed of the situation in the Grand Canyon, the overpopulation of crowns, I realized that I was also hearing the beginnings of a solution to the impending economic collapse. That solution being slavery.
Great.
I can imagine your reluctance to read on, and I entirely understand. Rest assured, I believe that all citizens should be unconditionally promised the very freedoms that our country established at its founding: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, crowns are not men or women, nor are they animals. They are merely the decayed shells of ignoble criminals.
Okay.
They do not qualify for the same freedoms exercised by ordinary civilians. Once they were conditioned and bound together, the crowns became the perfect workforce. They did not rebel, for they could not speak. They could not leave, for they were chained. And best of all, the crowns were incapable of forming unions.
Cool. Cool. Fucking great, Rockefeller. Cool. Anti-airship death ray. Okay, what? Section 2 drum. Pedestal. Starters. Another fucking pedestal. Starting switch. Plugging cable to ballast box. Lamp. Holder. I don't know if I should be reading this out loud. Front elevation. Whoa, what the fuck? Adjuster assembly. Lens. Is that the airship? What the fuck is that?
Germany.
Okay, no clarification for that either, huh?
To inquire about the crowns and their potential applications in warfare. I never mentioned the vast quantities of geyser glass we owned, since I knew that it could provide them with many more crowns at low cost. Instead, after signing several agreements and receiving a tremendous German sum, I provided them with over 100 crowns, along with my best advisors and the brightest engineers. Our time with the Germans gave rise to the greatest military vehicles in history, the Rockefellers.
They're powered by crowns.
Germany's growing demand for men and crowns to construct more Rockefellers revitalized the American economy. Very few nations offered to hire as many of our men and women, and none would have paid as graciously as Germans did. It was, by all accounts, the greatest and most sustainable partnership of recent times. I could not have foreseen the destruction those airships would eventually inflict to the very nation that provided them.
Karma.
I thought that their creation would unite Germany and America. I could not have predicted that by 1918, Rockefeller bombing raids would have killed thousands of American and European soldiers. My terms were over before I could take action against the Germans. It was the administration after my own which was tasked with the seemingly impossible mission of destroying the Rockefellers while preserving the reputation of the former president. Although they knew of my dealings in Germany and had every opportunity to expose me, they chose not to, for in their eyes no good could come of it. However, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would become the laughingstock of my country.
Oh.
As the war drew to a close, I often found myself in a daze, envisioning my assassination on the streets of New York, or, more likely, on the steps of my very own center. However, it would be years before my visions would acquire any plausibility. President Hughes did a fine job of eliminating every Rockefeller while concealing my involvement.
Good job, President Hughes. Old visual novel. I always love that the word old is just permanently that now. I need to find more words that works for. I need to add more emotes and stuff. Doif. Okay, so that's the super weapon, and you've got the fucking soldiers. Okay. Anti-airship death rate, men, the Great Pyramid. You need men? Luftschiff Rockefeller 70. Yeah. Oh, there we go. It did it. Oh, cool. That worked. That worked really nicely. Alright. Why did the men have to be there?
It is a miracle that only now the news of my involvement in the Great War has become widely known. Thankfully, information on the crowns has continued to stay hidden from the public spotlight. I would much rather have the public believe that Germans were the only persons inside when the airships were shot down and crashed in flames. With the tragedy at the center, and now the airship scandal, known by many as the Rockefeller Revelation, I believe
there's the title
that
drop.
my failures have finally caught up to me. There are men outside the center who had once been my supporters. Now, they want me executed. The policemen have kept the crowds at bay, though I believe that my assassination is, like the revelation, inevitable. To be elected the president of a country is the greatest honor a people can bestow. But at the moment, I do wish to be the famous oil tycoon that young Virginia Arnoldson believed I was. Forgive
good
me.
to know. Also, goddamn Rockefeller. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have fucking enslaved the crowns. Stage 1 disintegration. The men divide into microscopic. Hold up, what the fuck was. Effects of operation. I love that this music follows every fucking. The men divide into microscopic parts. Great. This is just a side effect. They just disintegrate. Cool. Ambulation. The semi-conscious and unstable remains of the men traverse the desert in an attempt to better understand their condition. Oh, great. Stage 3. Amalgamation. The men fuse together into a more stable being. Migration. As one, the men return to their homeland. What? They fly. What? Retaliation. The men execute a counterattack. Oh, for revenge. Got it. Right. Yeah, makes sense. I feel like that, I'd want to take revenge. On May 23rd, 1937, President Rockefeller entered a bunker underneath 30 Rockefeller Plaza. He was never seen again. Investigators found that the door of the bunker had been melted open with possibly the most powerful heat ray ever built. Also, I don't think they're comparable. To this day, the Rockefeller Foundation considers the president's disappearance as an abduction. I can actually understand what's going on here. Only 2 photos of the potential suspect were ever released. The angel. Can you see them? I can understand complex trigonometry more than what they do, honestly. What? No? Can I? I can barely see it. It's like a puff? What? Oh. Oh. Oh wow, they look a bit... Oh. Not Alex. The credits... Okay, you keep getting confused by the credits. Ignore the credits. It's Eve, not Al. Uh-oh, how's the thing going? Okay, not bad. Now I can do this. I know Eve from Adam and Eve. I know that Eve. Oh, really fast. Oh, this is satisfying, by the way. This is so satisfying to see. God. Hold up. Make the universe great again. Tronald dump. Bruh. Anyways, I think that's the end of the stream. We will continue Monument Mythos later on. I'm yawning so much. I don't even know why. I don't usually yawn this early. It's fun. It was fun. But yeah. We'll continue Monument Mythos next time, though next week it would be of the devil. But yes. I'll see you all next week. Cheerio. Bye-bye.